Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to Reykjavik once more. We are in the penultimate round, and it looks like we are in for another Sicilian. Hello, greetings all around. I hope everybody's doing great. As we were watching the players getting ready for the round, we saw Kostya's grandmaster opponent, Yahil Sokolov, coming in and sitting down many minutes before the game started and starting to calculate and get into the zone. Super, super focused. I saw Putsy was asking, are people really thinking at this stage in a game? The answer is yes. That's an old technique of mine as well, to come to a game before it starts and just get into the zone already. Get yourself thinking. So, this guy's deploying a very, very powerful technique even before the game starts. And this is going to be a big, big game for Kostya. See, maybe he'll have something up his sleeve in the Nightorf here. One of the most popular and best openings in the world. For those wondering, Kostya won his game yesterday. An incredible performance, a confusing game. Just a really, really bizarre game with both sides' kings wandering, but the position all locked up. And very, very great game from Kostya. Overall, he seems to be in excellent form here in Reykjavik from what I can see. He played one game that didn't look good in round two against Grandmaster Liu Shanglei. But, it was a very, very sharp Sicilian where you like miss one move or don't have enough prep or something, and it can sort of make your game look quote unquote bad for one game, right? You can have a very bad looking game without it being a sign that you're in particularly bad form or that you made more than one mistake even. So overall, my sense is Kostya is actually doing really, really well in very good form at this event. That's my feeling from watching him so far. I'm going to replenish my water, and then we're going to get started with this game. Hey Richard, hey Nordovik, hey Man with Head of Dog, hey Putsy, everyone else out there. Baron Starker der Zweite. Greetings to all of you. I hope everybody's doing well. We're getting a slightly unusual line here from Kostya's opponent. Quick queen to b6. Not a move that I know particularly well. Kostya reacting quickly to it. So far, seeming like he's comfortable with the opening variation they're in, even though to me these moves are a bit unusual, and I would think just straight up good for Kostya, actually. I don't quite understand the idea here of Black's queen on b6. Chess Gone Mad, hello, welcome. Man with Head of Dog is informing me that this line is trendy now. Man, how do you all keep up with all the trends? In what way is it trendy? I have not seen a single GM game ever with this move. Okay, I only follow 2700 games pretty thoroughly, but I have not seen this crop up in any game in a super tournament. The queen blocks the b pawn, which is why it's so weird to me. There is a line with queen b6. called the poison pawn, where black takes on b2. There are also some lines with a knight on c6 where you play queen b6 to pressure the knight off of d4 and maybe get into a weakened e3 square when this pawn has moved. But in this particular position here, where the queen's not making particular pressure against b2 or d4, I just can't figure why she's even there. But black's continuing to play quickly, and Kostya as well, as if this is some kind of theory. So now it looks like he's executed bishop e7 in the video. So Kostya will want to play something like queen d2 or h4, I imagine. One of those two moves. Okay, cool, Richard. Hope you like it. No, he just retreats voluntarily here. Thirsty for a tempo off that queen on b6. So I can update these moves for us. He's going to be threatening knight f5 to go after these two squares. So there's a good chance that black is going to either play queen c7 or knight c. He's already played knight c5, hasn't he? Knight c5. So he's going to trade off this piece, secure this square. And although the moves didn't particularly make sense to me for black, it does look like so far he's getting out of this scot-free. And it's eerily reminiscent of the game with Liu Shanglei, where in the opening, Kostya played bishop c4 to b3, and black played knight c6 to a5, and came after the bishop pair, and Kostya didn't find a sufficiently aggressive reaction. Here he goes g4 today. So just getting a pawn storm going, rather than a central push like in the other game. Hey Ash, yesterday you lost all your games because you didn't sleep the night before. That makes sense. Hey Marble. Based on your opponent's appearance, not their rating, you play differently based on whether like they're wearing a red shirt or a blue shirt, or whether they've got short hair or long hair, or dark skin or light skin or something. Man with head of dogs likes to castle opposite sides when the opponent is ugly. Wow, the things I didn't know about how other people, their playing style. Well, it's fine to play differently based on your opponent's playing style. That's reasonable. No, it's fine. It's fine. If your opponent plays different openings or different styles, or seems to want the position to be simple, or seems to want to avoid a queen trade or whatever, you can adopt your approach to their strengths and weaknesses. Nothing wrong with that. I would give you permission to just keep doing what you're doing. How to play against someone who loves tactics and sharp positions. You can play however you want, Marble. I think you're inventing a dimension of the game that just doesn't matter. You can play the way you normally do. You can avoid tactics if you want, because they're good at tactics. I mean, if you were a GM and you were playing another GM who you knew was better in attacking positions, that are open, you could play the French against them, but if you don't know how to play every different opening, then why, you don't need to make any adjustments here. So, if you are making adjustments, that's fine. You can keep making them. If you're not making adjustments, that's fine. You can just play your normal way. I don't think there's really anything here. Is there a reason why it seems nobody plays 1c4? Plenty of people play 1c4. At least at a GM level, it's very common. At lower levels, it might be a little bit less common because to play c4, you have to be a little bit comfortable with transposing to different openings. So. You just played this variation yesterday, Chess Pawn? Wow. Okay, so let's look at this from Kostya's perspective. We could say the bishop is gone. I guess to me it'd be logical to just gain space doing the thing he wants. Kick the knight with g5 and then play h4 after the knight goes back to d7. The other thing I can imagine him doing is lifting his queen up to make queenside castling ready. These moves both make sense. A little hard to choose between them. Queen e2 would threaten to maybe keep this bishop by playing bishop c4 if black doesn't hurry up and take it. Right now you can't play bishop c4 because of knight e4. Right? But I don't know if you'd end up regretting that your queen's on the same color as that bishop when you don't have a bishop with that color. So Kostya played queen d2, which is fine, and black plays b5, preparing b4 against this knight. Playing quite quickly are both players. Quite quickly. If we compare this to an f3, bishop e3 English attack, white's played bishop g5 to e3, and black's played queen b6 to c7, right? Sorry. So they've more or less transposed, probably, tempo-wise, to a bishop e3, e6 line, or f3, e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, something like that. In that case, white normally leaves the bishop sitting on f1, so that's a difference that Kostya's gone here. Probably mildly not in white's favor to have spent time on that piece. Too tempty to bring the bishop to b3. where it just gets traded. That doesn't sound like a very promising... Chess pawn, by the time black played e6 this game, they already had the queen here on b6. So if you take, first of all, you don't attack the queen. So black's free to play any move they want to, such as maybe knight e5 looks very good. But also the b pawn's hanging. So you also have to calculate queen b2. Attacking the knight, which I don't know if that works out for white. But certainly you're going to have to calculate it on the next move, if not on this move. So probably knight e5 with a pretty good position for black. That's still pretty messy and interesting, that line I just came up with. But there will be a precise line for black that will more or less refute this, I have to say. There will be something good for black here. Kostya can play all kinds of chess, basically. So when you're asking if this is recognizably Kostya's chess, this is, a more recent expansion of Kostya's chess into sharper Sicilians. I don't know if, his dad could look at the games and say, yes, I recognize Kostya's chess here. So I understand what you're asking. He is kind of stretching and growing. I don't think Kostya can get a norm from this tournament, Blood Queen. No. He's playing very well. But he's played a lot of low-rated opponents in this tournament compared to him, and just not within range of a GM norm. Like, I think he's played 5 players who are rated between 2,000 and 2,100 FIDE. And I think you could play 1 or 2 players like that and get a norm if all your other opponents are 24, 25, 2,600. But you can't play 5 players at that kind of level and get a norm. He has also played 3 GMs. This is his 3rd GM. But, the 5 2000s would have had to be 5 2400s to be in the running for a norm. But I think the important thing here is just for Kostya to play a nice game here in this Open Sicilian. And, to score half a point or 1 point against a Grandmaster here would be great for him. There's queen takes f2 mate, Niklas says, in some line that I was playing out after knight d5. Oh, wow. Look at that. Nobody expected that rook. That is definitely a big hold. There's probably some other ones, but is becoming GM a goal for Kostya and myself? I mean, I can speak for myself and say no. For Kostya, I think mildly yes. Like, he's kind of working towards Grandmaster, but it's not critical. He wouldn't say that the work he's putting in wasn't worth it if he doesn't make GM, nor is he trying all out to become GM. Like, he's putting more effort. If you look at a year in total, right, his last 12 months, he's put more effort into helping other people improve at chess than into improving his own chess, right? And he is doing some training, and he is playing a very serious tournament here, and he's just kicking off a trip to Europe where he's going to play, I think, 4 serious tournaments over 2 months, which is really serious. That's the real thing. But if you look at the full scale of a 12-month period, I think he's working more on, the community's game than on his game. How do average IMs arrange money for tournaments, travels, and hotels? Yeah, not easily, Ash. An average IM won't get conditions at these kind of tournaments very often. So Kostya, I think, might be able to get free rooms now via ChessDojo. Like when we played the tournament in Spain last year, I think the organizers gave him a free stay at the hotel, I think. In order to, just because from streaming, he's giving the tournament some publicity. But normally off of being an IM, you won't get free accommodations. You have to be a GM to get free accommodations at tournaments. And so that's reasonably expensive, Ash, yeah? And so how do average IMs arrange that? Teaching a bunch of chess lessons, that's probably the most common way. There's probably different things. I mean, if you were promising junior, like a 13-year-old Indian IM or an 11-year-old Indian IM, you might be able to get sponsorship, because now there's, a lot of sponsorship for chess in India. There's a whole ecosystem there. But if you're, a 20-year-old IM who's not likely to be the world champion, you pretty much have to pay your own way by working, I would guess. Have I ever been totally broke couch surfing? No, I started teaching chess lessons when I was quite young, man, with Head of Dog. Initially for free when I was in high school, and my parents were paying things for me. And I think when I transitioned from high school to college, I began charging for chess lessons, because then I guess when I was like 17 to 18 or so, I started paying my own way. And no, I always had sufficient income, so I was never broke. I mean, I couch surfed at times because I liked it, but I've never been completely broke. I mean, I've had periods of times where, initially I had to be very careful with my money. Like, I do remember somewhere around my beginning of college years when I'd started paying for my own stuff for the first time, and I had a couple jobs as well as teaching chess. I do remember there were times where, like, I'd meet up with my friends and I'd wait outside while they went in to see a movie because I was saving money, didn't want to go in to pay for the movie. And if we went out to a restaurant, I wouldn't get any food because I was being careful with my money. But I was never completely broke. I always had some money I could have made some decisions with, I think. I'm going to change the sensei eval, which Putsy's just asking about. And I'm actually going to put it negative because I slightly prefer black's position. I'm going to go negative 0.13. Black can get the bishop pair when they want to on b3, right? It's just lying in wait. I don't like the tempo white spent on a3. That's just a pure defensive tempo and a hook for black to open that area later. Actually, I like black a lot. I'm going to make it even worse than this. Sorry, Kostya. We're going to lower it some more. But for anyone who doesn't know what is the sensei eval, it's just me inputting numbers. Bishop's already on a2. Oh, did his bishop get pardoned? a3, bishop d7, bishop a2. Nice. Safety for the bishop. Now I feel like black should have taken it. I mean, if your opponent's going to play a3, maybe you need to just get that bishop before it's gone, huh? I don't know. The bishop's sentence has been commuted. Fully pardoned. How would white have taken back had black taken? Yeah, that's a good question. Black probably ought to, so what would it have meant? Oh, sorry, Harm. What was your question? I feel like out of the corner of my eye I saw that you were asking a question. How would Kostya have taken? I mean, my first thought is here. With then rook c1 coming quickly. The queen will have to go somewhere. I mean, black should be fine, right? Bishop here. Rook here. Queen here. This looks perfectly good from black's perspective to me. I would go for this. I would prefer black. Maybe 0.3 is harsh for that position. That might only be minus 0.25 or something. I tend to be overly excitable with my biases and chess opinions. Just a little bit. So now Kostya goes bishop a2, keeping the bishop pair. Black's going to be choosing here between castling and rook b8. Kostya's keeping up a good pace this game. Yali looks over at us to see, what do you guys think of me? What do you guys see in this board? It's a great game, Yali. I know it's a little bit weird maybe to be on camera. But it's a beautiful game. You guys have the chance to play today. And just stay in the zone. Stay in the zone with Kostya. So I think it's a big question where both kings are going. That's like the question hovering over the board right now, right? And they're kind of out of useful moves to play without committing their kings almost. And you can see they've played almost every useful move they could think of that doesn't commit the king. Black can still play rook b8 or rook c8, I think, before castling. And it could actually change which direction the white king goes. Oh, Nefer, that's the question that Harm was asking over on YouTube, huh? Okay, how come I speak fluent German and French? You've seen my video about teaching chess to basically toddlers, right? Instead of, yeah. Thank you. So my father is German. So actually, and my mother also speaks German. So actually, German is the first language that I spoke at home, even though now I'm better at English and French. I have a wider vocab. My vocab in German is not complete. There's definitely some missing words from not spending that much time on German. But I started out speaking German, so it's very natural and normal for me. And I spoke German with my dad for a few years growing up. We, visited sometimes with my aunts and my grandmother. And then at some point I started speaking English at home and, sort of rebelling against it, maybe between age 8 and 12 or 13. And then around age 13, somehow it got through my head that it's really valuable to speak other languages. And so I asked my dad to start speaking to me in German again. And so we went back to speaking German together. And I also took German in high school to go along with that. So then that's where I improved my German a bit as well in that period and learned some grammar in school to go with just, how if you're sort of like a native speaker, you don't necessarily know the grammar, right? Like just if you live in another country but you speak a language at home with your parents, you'll sort of have a conversational level in the language, but you might not know all the grammar. So, Anyway, so I learned some grammar in high school, and German grammar is, I would say, moderately difficult. So I still don't, I'll sometimes get, dative and accusative mixed up because it's really pretty arbitrary, right? Just aus bei mit nach seit von zu, I guess, are the supposedly the dative ones. But if you it's very easy for me to get that mixed up or forget one. And then French, I started a French school at age 4. And French, I went to school. So my French grammar is very good because I did 10 years of French schooling in a row. And also I learned it young enough that I think it's very natural in my head. I just learned it young enough. The accent, the pronunciation, the tongue, the ear, everything's been trained from young enough. And then in addition to doing 10 years of French, I maintained the French even more than the German. Like I listened to French music and watched French movies and traveled to French chess tournaments and really put in a lot of extra time around the edges in French. So, yeah, that's where I got those languages. My wife has Europeans in her family, Ash asks. Yeah, she has a French father and French aunts and uncles and cousins and all that. So when we spent a year in France last year, we spent a ton of time with her family because they're all still in that same region where her dad grew up. Hey, Sneha, welcome. It looks like Kostya's opponent took a bit of a long think, but now he's moved and Kostya is away from the board. And I think Black probably played Rook B8, though it's hard to tell. Looking at the board, let me see, is it clear? Yeah, okay, Rook B8 just came through on the relay. Yeah, that's the move I expected because it delays castling one more move, which might encourage Kostya to play the pawn storm. He hasn't been playing yet. And Rook B8 with the idea of B4, A B4, Rook B4 is very useful. So this kind of dissuades Kostya from castling queenside. And Kostya has to prepare for how he's going to defend this pawn, right? So let's say Kostya played G5, Knight H5. Here you slightly wish the queen were on E2 maybe, right? And then let's say he castles over this way. I don't know. If Black plays B4, A B4, Rook B4 anyway, Kostya has to sort of plan what he wants to do with this pawn on B2. Is my video still updated over here? Yeah, Kostya's just not back quite yet. I wonder if Kostya could even play B4 here. It's an unusual move. But the knight can't go back to D7. It can't go to a great square, right? And B4, if the knight went over here, you could take it and then play C4. That looks like a fine position for white. Totally fine. So the option would be knight here. Now we've got real worries on the C file. Hey, Raise the Curve, how are you? Yeah, Ash, my kids don't speak German. With my eldest, I spoke German with her when she was really little, and my wife was speaking French at home. But then it just kind of stopped after a couple of years. And now I speak French to them and my wife speaks English to them. So far the kids only speak French. But they are just starting to learn a little bit of Spanish via Duolingo, which is not a very good way to learn a language. For anyone who doesn't know, it's not a very good way. But at least they're showing a little bit of interest, so maybe they could learn some. So I've started speaking some Spanish around them to see if they'll pick something up from it. Fresh off a match win. Nice. That's very fresh. And hey, Graham, how are you? So let's look at this idea a little bit of playing b4 for Kostya. Yeah, definitely we could say a very important piece of learning any language is to practice it, right? And my kids aren't really practicing Spanish yet. They're clicking around on the iPad for 5 minutes a day. But the other day I did say, I said, like, well, what have you learned in Spanish? Is there anything you can say? Because we were talking, my partner and I, with my daughter about it, and she actually just ripped out some kind of Spanish sentence with actual words. So I was like, oh wait, so she has learned something, even though I never hear her speak. Okay. Nice. Walking on air. That's nice. We got some happy people in the chat here. For me right now, it's like a Monday morning. It's the beginning of a week. We finally got the kids out of here after a whole weekend with them. Actually, it wasn't such a bad weekend with them. They were relatively great kids this weekend, which is sort of rare. This past night, my baby almost slept through the night. She only woke up once, and my partner dealt with it, and I didn't wake up. So I actually slept through a night. So I'm also walking on air, Graham. Like, it feels like it's that spring feeling, flowers are blooming, the air is fresh. You feel like you would have energy to do something, right? Yeah, you can learn little bits here and there from various apps. But real world practice is really important. My main way of learning a language, since we've been talking about it quite a bit this morning, although I do want to, move into this position here and the question of how weak is the C file, right? But since we're talking about learning languages, I just want to throw in my way of learning languages, just my little thing. One of the main ways that I learn language is through movies and songs. And that's something that works really well for me. It's a little bit different than practice. But I do want to say, like, everybody learns some things in somewhat different ways. And so, it's important to remember and realize that. And for me personally, memorizing songs in foreign languages is very helpful for really the words like stick together in a certain way for me. There's an order to them. If I learn all the words in a song and then later forget one of those words, I can quickly reconstruct it from the rest of the song. So, like, for me personally, and now, I think I'm relatively, what is it? I was going to say, like, good, or I have like a proclivity or whatever, a natural propensity to remember the lyrics of songs, even in English. I think a lot of words of a lot of songs. So it makes sense that works for me for learning foreign languages. Some people don't remember the words of songs, so that's probably not how they would learn a foreign language, right? You spent 1,000 hours learning Hindi, and then you found out the guy was Pakistani. Well, another 1,000 hours and you can learn what, Urdu or Pashto or something. Maybe you want to figure out what language he speaks before you embark on the next one, but don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged. Let's have a look at this. So I'm going to not be discouraged by the weak C file. I've got this weird feeling like the knight on b7 is bad, and I can consider this option here. So what am I going to do next for white, having played b4? I'm going to castle kingside because I just made some action on the queen side. I want to play c4 or a4 next because I don't want to be like forward and backward. You know what I mean? I don't want to be forward and backward. Like, if I'm going to be forward, then I want to bring everything forward, right? I need to break against black's b5 pawn soon, one way or another. Yeah, I don't know of any relation between these Sokolovs, and this guy is Sokolovskiy versus just Sokolov. It's not showing his full name here, but there's a ... for an SKY. So I don't think he's related to the two sort of famous Sokolov grandmasters from the previous generation, Ivan and Andrei. So let's see what we would do next here for black. Maybe throw in rook b8. Bother the knight. Knight was going to move anyway. Now, can I break with d5 for black, or should I get castled first? d5, g5 actually looks disastrous. So let's castle for black. And now I'm going to go here. No use hiding what I'm up to, right? We all know what I'm up to. Let's play d5 now for Yali. I kick. Yali might want to fight. Let's just try a fighting line. Who knows, right? Boom. Bishop takes, knight f5. Looks inconceivable for black, right? To just sack a piece. So takes. Takes, check. It's winning for white. g5. Urdu and Hindi are mutually intelligible. Well, in that case, man with head of dog should be able to get by at the gas station if the guy speaks Urdu. All right. Takes. Maybe this move now? I mean, taking on e7 was better than taking on g7 because it attacks the same rook, but it captured a full piece. And I was up a piece for Kostya at the end of that line. Here, folks, my imagination was grabbed by the move knight e6, but it doesn't seem to quite work. Black can take and then just kind of bounce away with that bishop, right? So I might have to do something really awkward this way here. That's not good. Let's do this rather than playing an awkward move. Takes. I can throw in rook d8 for black. I don't know that it's particularly genius, but we'll try it. Queen takes. c4. Maybe I should throw in queen h4. Just untangle things a little bit. That works out for white. Rook on c8 needs defense. I don't know. This position looks good for white. Just off the bishop pair. Why did I short castle, asks DeProwl. Hey, Mr. Artbrains. You lost the F, huh? Ay. Okay, so this line I like for white. So in answer to the question why I castled short for white, it was because I was planning to play c4 or a4. I didn't yet want to commit to retreating my knight or playing rook c1 if maybe I was going to play a4, right? Because the knight and rook are in the right position to play a4. So first I castled. Then black forced my knight away, so I accepted the situation. Black could also castle here, I suppose. Why not attack on the king side? That's another option, DeProwl. but it's not the point of b4. There's different options. I'm just looking at one of them. Let's try a really weird idea. I'm just going to put it on the board, you know, to see what it means. So I think even if black just moves queen e8, it doesn't work. But probably the move bishop g5 refutes this line even more. Actually, after f4, it's a total mess. Castles. I could bring this rook over here too, maybe. Someone asked me about e5 for black in some positions, but knight f5 looks great for white. And then black's just going to be weak on light squares in general, I think. Could bring this rook here. Kostya's just played b4, by the way, folks. Ha! Ha! And I'm going to increase his sensei evaluation as well. All the way up to 0. He saved his bishop on a2. I like this b4 move. Ha! Okay. 15 minutes. Big old investment. Great move, though, Kostya. Great move. Stopping black in his tracks before he can harass you on b2. And preparing c4, which is pretty hard for black to actually stop really quickly without a d5 pawn sack. Raise the Curve asked, what about h4 in this current position? Sure, h4, but what about it yourself, Raise the Curve? Black has played knight b7 fairly quickly because they had to. Kostya should play his next move quickly as well, because when he's playing b4, he can predict knight b7. So I want to see a quick move from Kostya. But Raise the Curve, if you ask me what about h4, you tell me about h4. Why are you playing it? What do you want? What do you predict? What are you seeing? If I could speak any language for 1 month, what would it be and why? I don't know, Daniel. And then I just forget it and I can't speak it again? I don't know. I don't have like a pressing need for a one-time communication in some language. I don't know. All right, Kostya played g5 quickly thereafter. So that knight's going to head to h5 now. It's pushing everything back. You're just curious what's going to happen. So you just want to play h4 because you don't really know what's going to happen. The f6 knight's not terribly misplaced on h5. It's okay. Yes, Matt. As it turns out, if Kostya wanted to play b4 and g5, playing them in either order would have probably been the same here. So h4 just kind of as a waiting move. Well, we know what black wants to play, Raise the Curve, right? Black telegraphed it last move with rook b8. You wanted to see what black's plan was. They just showed you last move, didn't they? here was black's last move. Rook b8. So it's not enough to say you just want to wait and see what black's going to do with h4. I've told you, and black has told you what black's going to do. They're going to play b4. So if you have a question about h4, then you should fill in h4, b4, ab4, rook b4, and tell us your next move. You should have it planned. Oh, if I could just pick a language and add it and be able to speak it fluently, that I have thought about, and I think hands down I would immediately go for Arabic. And I've worried that maybe just being able to speak Arabic could submit me to persecution in the US now. The thought crossed my mind that if I started learning Arabic, one day somebody could be like, he learned Arabic because he loves terrorists. And by one day, I mean, in a year or two. So, there's definitely, that's crossed my mind. But why would I want to speak Arabic? I think speaking Arabic would be one of the most spoken languages that I don't speak, and it would open up a lot of the world to me to be able to talk to people from different cultures and learn more things about life and the world. It's not actually because I love terrorism. And I wouldn't pick Mandarin, no. Mandarin would open up a lot of the world as well, Putsy, but I already speak some basic Mandarin. So I think to immediately get fluent Arabic would be a bigger jump for me. It would be easier for me to earn Mandarin on my own. I've already laid some of the groundwork. So I think... I think I would go for the full boost, the 0 to 100. The 0 to 100. In Arabic, I don't know basically a single word, right? I mean, I guess there's a greeting, salam alaikum, and hopefully saying that is not enough to get my stream shadow banned. And then I guess there's this phrase like inshallah that I think I've heard, which I think means Allah willing or let's hope so kind of. And they say something similar in Spanish. They say ojalá, right? Which comes from Arabic, I'm pretty sure. I do know some Spanish. Yeah, is there much overlap between Arabic and Spanish? Yola, which means hurry up or come on. That sounds good. Could someone accuse me of learning German because I like Nazism? I suppose they could, man with head of dog. I mean, they could accurately accuse me of having ancestors who were Nazis. Right? My grandparents were. On one side. Raise the Curve, who's at least not asking me about languages, but about the chess position. So Raise the Curve, sorry, let's pursue this line of thinking. Did you have a plan against b4? Like, did you have a follow-up in mind? Or did you play h4 sort of forgetting that black was going to play rook b4 and just sort of waiting to see what other ideas come to your mind on the next move? Farsi would be awesome as well, Graham. I think my second choice after Arabic would be Hindi, which I think would be great because when I was growing up, people would always say learning Russian would be great as a chess player. And now I think that if you want to be a great chess player, you want to learn like Tamil or Hindu, right? Like a language where you could go hang out in India. I mean, actually, Hindi is more widely spoken in India, but a lot of the top chess players from India are actually native Tamil speakers. Of course, they all speak English too, so maybe there's not as much point in learning Tamil and Hindi. So I would definitely go with Arabic. Right, Spain did have Yeah, it makes sense historically that there would be a lot of Arabic words in Spanish chess pawn. I agree. Thanks for the raid, chess girl. Let me get this right. I think there's a 1. Okay, so Raise the Curve says, I didn't have a plan here because I didn't think this was that great for black. I think simply bishop b3 and we're fine down the A file. Gotcha. So you just move here and say your rook is happy and you're sort of snug here, however black approaches it. Okay, that makes sense. Black does maybe have the option to try and win a pawn with e5, but maybe if they win the pawn, their a6 pawn will be hanging at the end. It's a little bit hard to evaluate this from far in advance. We would need like a real calculation to do it. Anyway, I think b4 helps black, and I 100% approve of Kostya stopping it myself. So chess question, how to assess the concept of space here? White has holes, but more space. Yeah, often when you're grabbing space, you have holes. And I mean, ideally, Sneha, when you advance somewhere, you advance in the whole area, right? That's why as soon as I played b4 in analysis, before Kostya actually played it, when we were analyzing it, I was looking at ways to play c4 or a4 next for white, right? To sort of cover up those holes and give our pieces access to it. But there's definitely a plus and a minus to space, period, throughout chess, right? Anytime you've got more space, you've got more holes and more gaps and weaknesses behind your space. So you want to be able to, if possible, control like swaths of space instead of just having bunches of gaps, right? And I think in the live position, Kostya's moved the c3 knight already. So let's catch up with the live position and see what he's done. Yeah, once he played g5, I assumed this was going to be his follow-up immediately. g5 is a move that's less like you're going to castle and put a rook on c1. He's going to play knight e2. And here he's thinking of maybe c4, bc4, rook c1. But he can also go knight g3. And because the knight is sort of dangling out here, make black trade and he goes hg. And then the black king doesn't want to castle. So then we get, a weird situation where both kings are staying in the middle of the board, and that actually favors white in this position because of the extra space, which is complicated, right? But let me just let me mark time for black with like rook c8, let's say, and instead of playing c4 or rook c1, I just want to show this structural change. Okay, let's put this on the board for a moment. So structural change makes it really undesirable for black to castle kingside, right? Because, for example, queen h2. And that could be the end of a variation, right? Do you guys see? Like, if you see this, you don't really need to spend a lot more time on castling for black. You're kind of like, okay, we're not castling. At least yet, right? Okay, so then what's the problem with having your king in the center? There's two problems with having your king in the center. Number one, your king can get attacked. And here, black's king looks snugger than white's, right? Like less like it's about to come under attack. So that feels good for black. But the second problem with having your king in the center is that your rooks are discoordinated. And that's where the space advantage helps white. White's king is going to be able to go to a square like f2 or e2 at some point, connecting the rooks and coordinating them. So white can win fights on either the h file or the c file at some point because the rooks communicate. And the black king doesn't have the space to get out of the way of the rooks. And just off of that factor, I'm pretty confident immediately that this position here is very favorable for white. Just off of the king space, which is an unusual application of space in chess. But just off of the king space, this looks very, very nice. Additionally, Kostya's got an interesting aggressive theme here he could do as white on the next move. So let me play maybe a5 for black. Maybe not the best move, but not the stupidest move either. And look at this idea for white. It may not be obvious it's there because it looks like black's got the square covered with their pawns and white's got nothing in the area. But we're trying to crack the structure for our better placed pieces. Right? Man with head of dog noticed it. Good job, man. No HG because of rook here. And on FG, you go knight e6, and the knight is so powerful that your opponent has to give you the light squares. And now you don't have time for queen c2 because your rook's hanging, and now you've given up all the squares. You can't pressure the c file anymore because your rook can't go there. GG. Yeah, totally raised the curve. We can talk about how to learn and train planning in a moment here. Let's talk a little bit more specifically about this position, then we'll get to it. So in this position, let me just throw out this idea for black here, that most likely they would actually improve the knight here. The knight is suffering from these pawns. Maybe black would calculate e5, knight f5, queen c2 as well. Right, trying to win a pawn. I guess g7's hanging, so they would have to give the bishop pair first as well, then take the pawn. Now you're going to see the advantage of the connected rooks, maybe. Maybe now we can show the advantage of the connected rooks with king e2 exclamaviach. No, queen f5, and I'm not sure how I'm winning. Let me think a moment here. I want to basically trade the queen and rook for a queen and rook and bring the white rook to the c file and then just win the endgame down a pawn. You see what I mean? Oh, that might be what I need, head of dog. Yeah, bishop f7 is possible. I'm calculating bishop f7. I'm calculating queen d5. I'm calculating king e2. I'm calculating rook c1. I'm calculating just queen takes queen. There's a number of possibilities here. Okay. My instinct was to trade. My instinct was to just trade stuff off. But let's try this move instead. Queen d5. Let's just trust in our masses and masses of white pieces to leave our king open. So we attack the knight, and they can't allow queen f7. Black can throw in queen check, king here, but it doesn't seem to help too much. Against knight d8, white's plan is maybe rook c1. Takes. Here, and black wins, right? It's just all white's pieces are gone. Maybe now we suddenly castle. And now rook c1's too strong. Okay. Let me try throwing in the check for black in that case. Oh, but now if I go knight d8, the rooks are connected. Check here, check here doesn't do anything good for black either. I guess queen f5 is the only move to get out of the way of that. c1. Rook takes, get castled. Rook here. Bishop here. Now I'm down 2 pawns, and I'm not finding a knockout. Maybe I'll just play a slow move, folks. Maybe I'll just play a really slow move. This is the move that's kind of saving black, so I'll just prevent it. This way, if black castles, we still have like g6. Take care, Putsy. But we did just improve the knight. Was this the key tempo? Let's try this. No, king can't go this way, the pawn. Well, this is weird. Obviously, I wanted to recapture with the rook, not the bishop, right? So this was very slow approach by white to trade like this on c1. But actually, now I don't know what black's supposed to play in this position. Black's played a5. That's not going to do it, you know. I mean, maybe it's okay, but I really like what Kostya's doing. Kostya's cooking with fire today. Right, we're going to play rook h2, rook c2 now, which is definitely faster than black. Weirdly, I can't even figure out what to do with black here. Like, f6, g6. White's threatening rook h7. I spend a tempo on this. I mean, my pieces are like in a museum here as black, right? Here, if we try to get the king out of the way, rook here. And bishop e6. Or maybe even just bishop e6. Let the king cross the file. Where is it going, right? Where are you going? King b6, bishop e3 is even worse than this, right? And now, okay, we've got no rook c8. Our pawn's going. You can go here and take, and here and maybe trap my rook. But luckily not. These pawns look really weird here. They're good for white. Black cannot fight this position, actually. King c6 instead. Maybe rook to the 7th right away. Oh no, I should throw in this check for tempo, then the king comes here. How best to play this? Weird position. Very weird position. I could also just wait. I mean, I could be super patient. If they do this, then it cuts off their rook, and I just come back here. So my plan with this bishop is to maybe improve it here. Or just maximize everything, you know. Bring my king up before I go in. I think these positions look great for white. Actually, yeah, with just rook c1, queen c1 and stuff. Okay, sorry, that was a pretty long variation, but it shows this knight g3 structure change, which is important, right? So, yeah, look, we just looked at a bunch of lines. It felt super good for white, right? We're starting to get a feel about it. Oh, you're saying there might be a d5 move. Okay, we could try that. Oh, he's played a5 in the game, but, let's see, we went here, here, and you wanted to try d5 then, going after this. Ah, I see. Sure, you could do that. Let's say white just takes. You take. And now I've got queen f2 or bishop f2, which both look good to me, by the way. I'll show you one of them. Here, 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 here. Boom, right? Takes, 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 here, and like this. So here I like white's bishop pair. The knight on b7 is super bad. Okay, but maybe the game goes on. It's not like winning or anything yet. And then I was thinking queen f2 might be even simpler. We don't need to really press our luck on this because right now black's all bottled up, right? So let's just go queen f2, keep this pawn defended. Takes, takes. And I guess the most trying variation would be black to play e5 to win this pawn, huh? Oh, the knight gets somewhere much better. That almost makes me feel like black could survive, just seeing that knight get to d6, huh? Your line is complicated, man, with head of dog. There's not one clear solution for white to your d5 move. I'll say that much. There's nothing simple about this. So that's good. Like, you're fighting for black, for sure. And I'm going to switch to the a5 move played in the game now. But, maybe we'll look at knight g3 with a5 played instead of rook c8 and look at some similar lines as this that'll be a little bit different. Definitely d5 is messy, and it's a good idea. My instinct is it's still a good position for white. Whether white has to play, king f2 or bishop f4 or sack a pawn or whatever, like, I am really trusting white's position here overall in the game. And I'm going to move up Kostya's eval a little bit as well because I'm not even pumped about a5 for black. Like, to me, that weakens b5 just as much as it does anything else. Like, I would almost play a5 back to a6 if I were black here. So I definitely don't like that move. I don't think that was it. And I do think that everything Kostya's been doing has been it. So, Raise the Curve is saying we could move this up to like 0.5, and that's exactly what I have just done, Raise the Curve. I think black had one option only in this game. One moment where like their position reached an apex. Now, this is going to sound like obviously a very biased bishop pair person, but Kostya plays a3. Black needs to take that bishop. This was their moment to have something in the game. Just take, and yes, there's the c file, but you just step off of it. Then you play rook c8. The position's golden for black. Now, can you easily play d5, e5? Maybe not. Can you easily play e5, knight f5? Maybe not. So it might not be simple to play for black. It might not be like a big advantage or anything. But unquestionably, black's position is good. Like, white has weakened the king side, weakened the queen side. There's no obvious place for their king. Black's got the bishop pair. It's long term, it is quite pleasant for black. And I think an important thing you do is probably play g6 at your earliest convenience as black. If white plays g5, knight h5, the pawn's perfectly good. And in general, the g6 pawn is to be able to play e5 at some point without knight f5. Right? So you'd be able to push the knight away from your potential weak light squares. So you'd be able to play e5, and then the knight will move away, and you'll probably be able to break with d5 too. And if you achieve that, then basically you're winning for black. So that is something that black can do eventually that will totally give them the game. And I don't see much for white to do from this position, period, right? This structure needs to keep this bishop at bay. It's not very flexible or aggressive to do much with it. This is round 8, Matt Chess, so there's one more game after this. That was black's one and only opportunity to maybe get a slight upper hand. And actually, as soon as Kostya plays bishop a2, not so obvious for black. Rook b8 is kind of what I would have thought of as black if I were playing rapidly, but taking the time of a classical game, there's an uncommon move here for white that's really good, which is b4. And Kostya found it. I mean, I could be wrong about it being good, right? Obviously, I'm not using an engine to double check, but I think this looks good. Kostya thought it looked good. And I think it really flips the game in white's favor. And this g5 as the follow-up with quick knight e2 is very interesting. Black's now played a5, and here it's on Kostya to play. And yeah, I personally wasn't leaning towards g5. I was leaning towards just castling and coordinating the pieces. Having played g5, does Kostya want to just continue with knight g3 now? It may hinge on that d5 tactical line. He could also tuck his king on f2. That coordinates the rooks and still allows knight to g3 and the rook on the h-file. So actually his most flexible move now might be king f2. The moment I thought of this move, my instincts and heart and soul and everything just said, yep, David, that's how you do it. King f2, hell of a move. Oh yeah, totally. You're welcome, Andy. I noticed you play in a good number of our tournaments, so I always have it in mind to want to watch one of your games. And obviously, I can't watch everybody every week, but it is my desire to be able to give you feedback occasionally on your games. King f2 is it. You know how they say that's not it? They can't say that about king f2 here. Whoo! King f2. Whoo, yeah. That's taking advantage of a space advantage, my friends. Now the rooks can see each other. They're all, yes, we're going to get the job done. And now white's ready to play c4. White's ready to play knight g3. White's ready to beat black on the king side and the queen side and the center. It's a very nice position. These things can get out of hand. Black can run out of ideas. Everything can start looking bad. I think you need... Well, in general, my mind is on these kind of d5 pawn sacks for black, taking away knight f5. But I feel like they're refuted every time by knight e6, just saying, okay, give me your light squared bishop. What are they going to do? The knight just plops in the middle of them, right? And then, okay, so now they're taking and taking. We're getting into this kind of position, right? And white can do anything here. I mean, this guy's sideline, this guy's sideline, this guy's just screaming on the board. The unopposed light squared bishop. Right? Screaming 187 on the entire board. If it's about coming up and staying on top, I think for most chess pieces, d5 is on top. Right? That's where you're trying to climb to. As any piece other than a rook in chess. This is coming up and staying on top. Is getting to d5 and being unchallenged, right? Having your opponent not able to play knight f6, or look at this knight on b7. How many moves to challenge the bishop on d5? Minimum 4 moves, right? So, yeah, white's just screaming on black right here. And you guys might not love it, but I personally think that queen d5 might be the most screaming move. Just take it to the end game. I know that doesn't sound like the most clobbering of options, but I really feel like if we take the queen out of black's position, it's even more apparent how weak and flimsy stuff is. Like, we're ready to just go collect the b5 pawn. The rook can't move out because the knight's hanging. There's just nobody. Once I put my bishop here and you don't even have a queen on the board, you know I'm going to win this endgame. I've got a queenside pawn majority. You've got a knight on h5. You know? Oh, it's just beautiful. But that's what my mind is drawn to, is this d5 thing. Kostya played knight g3 instead first, so he is allowing this d5 tactical attempt that man with head of dog alerted us to. And Kostya's playing classical chess, so unlike me, he's noticing most details and options for his opponent. Like, if he's played knight g3 here, he calculated knight takes, pawn takes, d5 before he did it. Okay? Me, I'm chit-chatting about, you know, learning Arabic or Hindi with you guys, so I can miss some things. And of course, Kostya is human. Everyone can miss something. Over the course of a game, he'll miss at least one thing during this game, of course. But at this point in the game, with a lot of time on his clock, one has to imagine that, you know, he thought for a dozen minutes about knight g3, and that included looking for, you know, resources for his opponent. So let's have a look at this. With a5 instead of rook c8, the queen side is going to come to a head faster. He's going to get a pawn majority there faster. Let's go for here, here, and let's force the queen trade by tempoing the queen. Here's the queen. Take, 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 boom, boom, boom. When we tried this before, black had a rook on c8 and a pawn on a6, and black played rook c2, and then I decided, it's still messy. But now we get here before the rook gets here. We're preventing castling. We've got the bishop pair. We've got the queenside pawn majority. We've got the black rooks a little discoordinated. It feels pretty juicy, but, you know, king e7 still makes a game of it, I suppose. We go here, looking at that pawn. g6, here. Knight d6, get in. King here. Bishop back. The whole game still gets played, you know. White's advantage is less than completely winning yet, but it's definitely around plus, getting to around plus 0.8, 0.9, something like that. You know, White's really good. Do you have kids already, Nemtomi? It's still very early to talk about winning this, right? Like, especially players like Kostya, they know it's a long, long, long game. You know, you have to pose to beat a grandmaster. You have to pose multiple problems to them over time, and actually induce mistakes from them. Multiple, often, because the mistakes are going to be small. So you have to put a lot of pressure on them. You have to get them tired. You have to, you know, it takes a lot of work usually to beat them. Every now and then they blunder in the opening and you win in 15 moves. But normally it takes a lot of work. So it's very early to start thinking about winning the game. But what we can say is Kostya's on fire. And whether or not he wins the game, that is a great thing in and of itself, right? For Kostya to be playing beautiful moves in a beautiful location on a beautiful chessboard, you know, this is, you know, these are some of the best days of his life, you know, and it's great for all of us to witness it and accompany him on that journey, which is super fun. Now, let me check. I think his last game is too early for me tomorrow, and I think I'm not covering it. Let me check the schedule, folks. But according to my personal calendar, it says I'm not covering the last round. So let's check this stream schedule. The last round is tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. in Reykjavik, aka 3 a.m. for me. But Jesse February will be covering round 9. Yes. So it will be covered, folks. So let's shout out Jesse February while we're at it. I mean, I think she'll stream it to our channel as well as hers, which is great. So you won't have any trouble finding it. But let's shout her out anyway to thank her for participating in Kostya's tournament here. So this will be the host of round 9, Jesse February from South Africa. And she'd already covered a previous round. At least one previous round I saw her covering. So thanks to Jesse for doing that. This was a super long variation, perhaps wrong, but it gives us a bit of a feeling for d5, which is that it's quite playable for white. The critical point is that in this position here, there is not rook c2. So after king e7, I mean, the bishop could go to f5 or d5 or b3. I don't know. There may be different moves. But actually, my variation looks pretty good to me, actually. I kind of believe in my variation. But anyway, maybe I should drop back to d3 immediately at this point. Yeah, might as well, right? Just hitting that pawn. There we go. We improved the variation a little bit, right? And it's just a nice position for Kostya. In fact, the a5 move from black even weakened the queen side a little bit, which is where Kostya's got a majority. I'm happy to see a5 from black. As I said, a5 was not it. b4 was it. So far, in my opinion, Kostya is outplaying the opponent and has the advantage to boot. On the clock, Kostya is a little bit behind. He invested a lot of time in b4 and in knight to g3. So he's got a little bit behind on time. But I think here his opponent's going to be feeling the disadvantage a little bit and spend some time on this move for black. So he's going to catch up a little bit on time on this 19th move here from black. And because they each played the first 14 moves pretty quickly, Kostya's got time, right, to get to move 40. It doesn't matter if he's ahead or behind on the clock. The clock often reflects a little bit who's feeling more confident in their position. But he has enough time to play the game he needs to play. So to that extent, like, it doesn't matter how much time your opponent has, right? You need to have the time that you need to play the move, the difficulty level of moves in the position from your side of the board. And Kostya's doing okay here. What are the chances of him facing Ivanchuk in the final round? I like estimating things and guessing numbers, even numbers that are hard for me to guess. But I think I have no idea. I haven't even looked at who else is in the tournament other than Kostya, basically. I haven't looked at how many people are on what score group or what place he's in. So I would just say the chance to play Ivanchuk would be a moment you would remember your whole life. So I'm sure Kostya would be thrilled to get to play with him. Right, Jake points out that against d5, there's also the option of bishop f4 sacrificing a piece. Of course, I had also thought about that, and then black would play e5, and to me the most logical follow-up would be bishop takes d5, and that's also Jake's line, and then pawn takes f4, and Jake says, maybe he would try g6 in a blitz game. But it feels like that doesn't work if black simply takes it, right, Jake? So, to my mind, if we played this kind of a sack from Kostya's side, it would be to then play gf4. and basically just say, we're mobbing with all this stuff in the middle of the board. And then personally, I just didn't believe it, even with this move, Jake, right? We're only talking 2 pawns for a piece. So it's not a huge material disadvantage, but it is a material disadvantage. So we would have to really sort of be on top in the next phase of the game. And honestly, I don't feel any big threats coming in from us, and I see room for black to actually untangle, right? Like knight d6, knight c4. So the trading off of these center pawns actually gives a lot more breathing room to black's pieces. And my basic feeling was like, oh, this improves black's position more than white's. This kind of a sacrifice. That's kind of my instinctive feeling. So I considered it, but not super seriously, not much past this, really. Yeah, if he didn't have a better position, you could do this either to salvage a worse position or to just confuse your opponent and put weird pressure on them, take them into the deep, dark forest that Mikhail Tal talked about. But here, yeah, it doesn't look promising. It doesn't look promising, especially compared to Kostya's other options, right? Now, what moves might black play other than d5? Because black has been thinking for, 10 minutes and hasn't played d5 yet, and we haven't thought about anything else, really. All right, let me make the score more clear. So Kostya has 5 points out of 7. And we can break that down as 5 wins, 0 draws, and 2 losses. Maybe instead of pluses and minuses, I should use W's and D's and things. Would that be better, maybe? That might make more sense, huh? Five wins, 0 draws, 2 L's. Do people talk in terms of W's and L's and things, maybe? Is that a little better? All right, so let's try and think of like 1 or 2 other ideas for black. Like if d5 doesn't work out, is there anything else black wants to play here? Honestly, black's position's bad enough that I could definitely see them playing d5. So what are options? Well, Kostya's threatening g6 probably, right? So a basic candidate move for black is g6. Put a 0.0 on the 5, Hayden, and that'll make that more clear, that part. How does black stop g6 by white without weakening his position? Well, Chess Simple, you asked the question at the perfect moment, right? I've just shown it here with g6 for black. That would be the way to stop g6 from white. It doesn't really weaken black too much. This is reasonable, this structure here. And it can allow black to follow up with e5 later without knight f5. And you could go e5, push the knight back, and then play rook c8. And go after c2 and c3 a little bit, maybe. So this is a reasonable, normal move to make for black if he doesn't want to go for d5. And now, to me, a normal move for Kostya would be king f2. Yeah, I like king f2. I mean, I already liked it before knight g3. I want to play c4 for Kostya and then rook c1, right? But I'm afraid that as long as g3 is hanging, that c4 is pushing it too much, right? If I try and go super tempo for white, you see that? Super tempo. Very aggressive, playing c4 before we have it defended, so black has to respond, then we attack it, then we want to maybe recapture it with tempo. Black's like one move away from being really hurt here, but d5, threatening queen g3, slowing down from white from taking on c4, and the bishop's not controlling d5. So even if this square weren't hanging, it's not even obvious how white would break through these pawns, right? So I think that after g6, you can't just go c4. You'd basically be looking at king f2 or rook c1. My rook might be good on the a file. I definitely want to defend this g pawn and connect my rooks. So I'd say king f2 would be really clear. By the way, my prediction was right on Black's time usage, right, folks? Kostya is caught up on time on this move, or rather we could say Black has caught up on time on this move, because the position here, basically what I was saying is, like, in this position, whether or not to pull the trigger with d5 is a very, very critical choice for Black. Black knows that, number one, it's very important, and number two, it's not an easy choice to make, so I figured Black's going to spend time on it. It's not obviously good for Black. It's not obviously bad for Black. It looks probably a little bit bad for Black, and Black's position, if they don't do it, looks potentially bad, so it's very hard for Black to say, should I pull this lever, explode the center, and just deal with some of those open positions now, or should I keep turtling with something like g6? Andy, basically, I don't expect Black to castle because of the rook-queen battery. And as long as Black doesn't castle, I don't think White will commit all their pieces to the h-file. Let me see if I can make sure to explain this idea very clearly. So, and I'm going to put g6 and maybe king f2 on. Well, okay. Let me put it like this. Let's say Black castles. Queen h2 immediately wins the game. Let's say instead I go g6, king f2, and now I say, oh, there's not immediately queen h2, I will castle for Black. Rook h6. And I think we can see that even though it's going to take White 2 moves to double, Black's going to lose on this file. Right? It's not really palatable to put the king over here and get beat down on the h-file. So Black's not going to castle. So what are they going to do? They're going to play something like knight d8, knight c6, or bishop f8, bishop g7, bishop e5. Something like that, right? Now, if Black does something like that, let's say they go here, for example, just for argument's sake, White's not going to go double rooks over here to go after this pawn. Because basically, while you're getting your rook trapped over here, all for a pawn, your opponent's going to come up with counterplay on the c-file. And yes, you could win a pawn maybe. Right? But now your rook's off on the side, and they're going to have counterplay enough to win back a pawn over here. Right? Idea is either e5, queen takes c2, or straight up queen c3, trade queens, and then win the pawn on a3. So instead, as White, our approach to this, Andy, will be if they can't castle, but their rook's just sitting here defending this pawn here, we are going to take advantage of the rook being out of the game. We're going to play rook c1, bishop g7, c4, pawn takes, rook takes, queen here, rook here, or something like that. And so we are going to, and maybe now suddenly they can castle, but we're already making great use of this area here. So the idea is Black can't castle because of the h-file, but that also means their rook is stuck on h8. We take advantage of the fact that Black's rook is stuck on h8 to play on the other side of the board. And this is what I'm saying about the space advantage for White, because Black's king can't go to e7 to coordinate the rooks, and White's king can go to e2 or f2. That allows White to coordinate the rooks in this position of two kings in the center in a way that Black can't. That is the crux of Kostya's advantage. And Black is very uncomfortable here spending 15 to 20 minutes on this move. Is there any world where White castles queenside? The kings are both, neither king has a great place to go this game, Karibo. So in that sense, to some extent, all bets are off. The king could go anywhere because there's nowhere like super good to go, right? So that means, yes, you could for some reason send your king this way. You could send your king this way. You could keep your king here. Various possibilities. And I can't say there's any move that you absolutely couldn't do. But I think the main move Kostya wants to play is c4. And there's already these pawns trading. So I would say castling queenside is the least likely place for Kostya to put his king. Okay? I'm not ruling it out, but to me it's the least likely. Why does white king lie on f2? So that I can use my rooks more quickly. Basically, there are scenarios where we might double rooks on the h file, as some people have asked about. If we didn't have a better plan on the c file, in my opinion, our second plan would be to double rooks on the h file. And maybe we could get a playable position or put some pressure on black or extract a small advantage, but not like a really big advantage in my opinion. Right? But the other thing I want to do is I want to play, and I gave a line that kind of showed it just now, right? I played bishop f8, rook c1, bishop g7, c4. When I play c4, I want this other rook accessible. That's why I've already moved my king out of the way. That's what king f2 did for me. It allows me to swivel the rooks to whatever opens up. Or imagine instead that black chooses a different plan. Instead of bishop f8, black plays trades, knight d8. The knight was defending the a5 pawn, by the way, folks. So you see this piece is badly placed vis-a-vis the b4 pawn. One of the other major plans for black in this position is knight d8, knight c6. Okay? But if black goes knight d8, Kostya can probably take on a5 and then play rook b1 and attack this pawn and say, yeah, I've got a shattered pawn structure, but I've just got lots more pawns than you, and the rook on h8 can't get there. This rook can. Right? So potentially black might trade on b4 in order to play knight d8. That's one of the moves that black is probably considering in the live position right now. Right? And if black does, then we've got a new plan for white, folks. Bishop b3, knight c6, Tradovich. Black has just played d5. That's what I expected he would eventually do. Rook a7. And now, folks, you see again why the king's on f2. Once again, our rook is going to be able to take advantage of this open space faster. I don't think I'm muted, am I? I think Matt just turned off his sound or something. Yeah. So the king is as well protected as he's going to be here. It's mostly about maximizing our pieces, right? So I'm creating a line of communication for my rooks by getting the king out of the way. And that's what king f2 allows for me, right? And they're going to come here maybe, and maybe I'll throw this check. No, if I throw the check, I'm not really making progress, huh? So they block. I'm going to bring the next rook here. And now black's going to scramble. They're just one move later than us. They're going to try and scramble and cover this, right? Queen c6. Look at this. I was just in time. It's a very small thing between this position sort of equalizing out and being solid, or white basically like winning, right? Basically winning a pawn. If I tried to defend the pawn with the bishop, then rook a7 comes. And if black had the rook already on b8, right? If black could castle faster than we could have king f2'd or whatever, they'd have rook b7. But now they're just going to be suffering. They have to come back here to defend this piece. Right? And now this rook is never going to be able to contest this one because black's just on the defensive there. So it's a very small thing. It's like a single tempo of a rook getting into the prized area faster than the other. But it really determines all those battles there on the A file. It determines the battles on the C file, etc. And that's why king F2 is so powerful. Now, black takes advantage of this button here, this option with D5 in the game, right? And if this move manages to save black the game, this would be the reason why king F2 might have been slightly better for Kostya than knight to G3. Because king F2, it just coordinates the rooks, and it prepares both C4 and knight G3. So I think king F2 was unimpeachable. I think it was the best move to me. It had like the maximum flexibility and efficacy in terms of improving all of Kostya's pieces. It's improving the rooks by moving the king out of the way of them. So let's get into the battle that we're into now, right? Because Grandmaster thought for 22 minutes, it looks like, and then pressed the big D5 button. And now it's concrete, and I think Kostya's a little bit better. But GMs generally do this. They generally press like an escape button to clarify the position before it runs further away from them. They don't let a negative trend go on and on and on. So we've analyzed one variation here, which was pawn takes, queen takes, bishop f2, and the queen trade on g5. Now let's look at another possibility. Queen f2, not breaking e6. Breaking e6 is good for our bishop, but it also aired out black's pieces a little bit. So let's try queen f2 now. I imagine black still trades queens, because if they retreat the queen, then we're winning a pawn on e6 probably, right? So let's say they trade here. Now they can either trade or push. If they push, this move should be very good for white. Takes, takes, knight d8, c7. Yeah, very good. Knight d6, an alternative that's just terrible. We don't need to calculate anything in particular, right? White just does something like this and just keeps playing. Well, if anyone's unconvinced, the point is black can't like ever clean up these passed pawns. Basically like rook here, we just kind of pop our bishop in here. You can challenge the bishop, bishop d8, knight c8, whatever you want. And if you take, we play ab, right? And we're playing rook b1 and bishop d5 and following up with c4, and these pawns are just too good. They're just too far. Let's try taking here for black, taking here for white. Yeah, now black doesn't have an easy move with the king. So let's try grabbing this pawn for black. Knight c6. It's a double attack, so black's got to trade. Ho ho ho! That poor knight, the Kostya b4'd to the curb earlier. The stomping finishes. The stomping is complete at this point. Alternatively, you put your king here and then you just resign because your rook can't get into play, even if you haven't yet lost the knight. And I'll say that king here probably doesn't work because of bishop check, right? And you've got no squares. So black can't take that pawn. Can they maybe castle now? They got a lot of undefended minor pieces on this second row. Bishop c8 to defend the knight. Knight c6. And we can see black's losing a full rook, basic. Yeah, at this point, right? Like here. Or maybe not a full rook. But a lot of... It's heavy material loss, right? Yeah. Full bishop. Kostya's taken on d5 calmly, and to his credit, he didn't take forever on this move, which is nice. He's showing some confidence here. And honestly, I think this queen f2 line was even better than the line we looked at earlier with bishop f2 and the g5 pawn trading. I like keeping this g5 pawn. It's actually cramping black's stuff a little bit in the endgame. For reference, folks, our bishop f2 line looked like this. It was a much airier position. Like this. And in this position, I was able to get all the black pieces into the game. White's advantage was, 0.5 or so. Or, it was within range. It was less than 1. But this queen f2 line, oh my god, like, this kind of a position, from my first look at it, it might even be winning. It's so good. It's like plus 1 point something or other. Kostya took on d5, and black doesn't even play a move immediately. Now, that's a sign that dude does not know what to do. Because you play d5, and Kostya takes. You spend 22 minutes on d5. Your opponent plays, the obvious move of trading it. And now you're thinking again. I mean, you don't have anything other than queen g3 here, right? So that's telling me that dude is deeply unhappy with the positions he's seeing. And I have to say that these positions with the queen f2 line were dramatically good for white. Queen g3, queen f2, and then there's no coming back. It's like a tempo on the queen, right? Maybe there's queen e5 somehow, but I just don't believe any of it for black. Yeah, queen e5 you can take. If black takes on g5, you're taking a bishop with check, plus you have f4. So they take back, and then maybe here, threatening rook e4. Maybe there's some small chance to still skirmish like that for black. But queen f2, king f2, this position, it's pretty clear to me. It's pretty clear to me that black is bad. I mean, I would easily call this +1. And it's getting into that like 1.2 range, where I start to say like, oh, looks like black's losing. Maybe trade once and then play knight to d8. This kind of resilient move defending f7. But then again, Kostya goes to the 7th rank. And you can't move your stuff. You can't get castled. Last ditch, we could try grabbing this pawn again, I suppose. Maybe I should prevent that with rook he1 here. If bishop b4, I've got bishop d2. There's kind of a funny chase between the pieces here, possible. Or he chases him around this way. It's not a knockout either. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I haven't found a knockout yet. This knight d8 move looks pretty reasonable. If I needed to, though, I could play c3 for white. And, I mean, there's just nothing good you could say for black here. But I believe that somehow rook he1 will work in this position. Okay, here's a way to make it work. I believed and I found. You just go, supongo que sí. You suppose so. So we just go check, going for the rook. They can take here. This one recaptures also with check, right? And then after whatever crummy move, their king goes in the hole, and white's up a piece. So rook he1 performs as expected. Maybe we should look at queen e5 a little bit more here. We don't have this extra candidate move knight c6 because of queen a1. Someone wondered if we could ever castle queenside for Kostya. I guess here's as good a chance as any. Takes. It's a little awkward that if we ever do something with the knight, there's still queen a1, right? Okay, Matt's asking about the e5 move without queen g3. Yeah, so basically, Matt, I thought that here, 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 and boom. I think this is a position I showed exactly earlier. Queen d5, threatening checkmate, and the queen takes. And this was my beautiful position with the white bishop standing proud on d5. And black just in misery. But I didn't analyze very far. I didn't take the pawn on b4 for black. I didn't go into any deep lines here. Raise the curve. As soon as I mentioned king f2, I think I remember you saying immediately something about how you loved king f2 or king f2 was beautiful. So you were instantly convinced that king f2 was right. And I think that's part of why you're feeling harsh about knight g3. Blunder is a really harsh word to use for knight g3, though, because knight g3 leaves Kostya with the advantage, right? He's got a good position after knight g3, and he did see knight takes g3, d5. He did take it into account. He does like the position he has. I don't see by what basis it could be a blunder, right? He didn't overlook anything particularly. He didn't, yeah. Maybe our king f2 move is slightly better evaluation-wise, or maybe it's equal evaluation-wise, but slightly easier for a human to handle. It's not going to be a tremendous difference. It would be very cool to see post-game interviews of Kostya, Hayden. I agree. So far, Kostya's been available a couple times, and I haven't. Because last week when the tournament started, I had a kid home from daycare for the week. It was spring break from her daycare. And so, we divided up the day in a way where I could cover the bulk of Kostya's game from 9 a.m. to noon. And then I had to run and watch the kids. And I watched the kid, get her lunch and nap and stuff. But maybe today we'll do one post-game conversation with Kostya. Although the one thing against that is that, this is a night game and his last game is a morning game tomorrow. So Kostya, depending on how hard the game is, he might just need to, get his dinner and get to bed as soon as it's over. Yeah. I mean, definitely what counts as a blunder is smaller and smaller at higher and higher levels, right? If you have two players rated 200 and one of them leaves a pawn hanging, we don't call it a blunder, right? We're just whatever. They don't really care about or keep track of their pawns, right? It's only a blunder if, they allow scholars mate or put their queen where a pawn can take it or something like that. And for Kostya, a much smaller mistake would be something that he himself would describe as a blunder, right? So the word blunder is always relative to the level of the players, right? Blunder is a mistake of a magnitude that you would not consistently make, right? I think that's what it is, right? So you can make a mistake, and a blunder is going to be an egregious mistake, right? A mistake worse than your average mistakes. Knight g3 is definitely not a mistake worse than Kostya's average mistake or something like that, right? It's a perfectly fine move, maybe second best or something like that. But he took into account black's responses. He was ready with his response. Did black's queen just sail into g3? Yeah, it did. So we're into the queen g3 line. Let's see how quickly Kostya makes his choice here. I imagine that he's blocking. I don't think his plan is something like king f1 or king e2 or something. That looks pretty messy to me. I think he's going to block and try and force a queen trade. And I think queen f2 is way better than queen g3. So depending on how hard he's been working on his opponent's time, he could potentially play queen f2 very quickly. I would normally bash out queen f2 here myself if I were in form like Kostya's in. That would be my style. I would have been working hard enough on my opponent's time. I would have that clarity, and I would play it instantly. Not like thinking 30 seconds like Kostya's doing. I would literally write down queen g3 and then play queen f2. I like to do that as much as possible in my games. Yeah, I don't know Kuribo either. Some folks in chat at the beginning of the game told me that this line that the GM, that Grandmaster Sokolovsky played, that it's a trendy line and it's a real line. And I thought he got a fine position within a few moves. To me, it looked funny, but you know, I don't know the latest theory. I guess it's not a line that I've seen in any of the games at like Wake on Zay or, you know, Bundesliga. Like, I follow the games that make it to 2700chess.com. I haven't seen any 2700s playing this line. But folks in chat told me it's a real line, and you know, Black had a fine position at first. Why do I like to do that as much as possible in my games, Nimtomi asks, referring to the idea of like preparing a response and playing it quickly. I think it puts a lot more pressure on my opponent, and it's also just being disciplined and efficient with my own time. Like, once I've made a decision, I'm just doing it. It's also trying to use your opponent's time, staying focused. There are some positions where I can't predict what my opponent might play out of, you know, 5 or 6 options. And then I will now conserve my energy and not try to figure out really great specific lines against 5 different options. But when my opponent only has 1 to 2 different options and they're taking long thinks, I like to, if possible, figure out what I'm going to do about each of those moves and then just play it immediately. It saves my time and it takes away their time, right? So it's just a win in terms of resources in the game. And I'm also, you know, I've gotten slower at calculating, so it's even more important for me to try and conserve my time for critical forcing variations at some point, because forcing variations that I used to need 1 minute to figure out, now I need like 8 to 10 minutes. So it's like, it's really bad, my time needs. And so I have to be even more proactive about my clock. And yeah, I don't want to blunder check too much, you know. Different players at different levels with different strengths and weaknesses should blunder check more or less. Me personally, I don't want to be blowing too much of my time on blunder checks, you know. I just want to believe in myself. Now, we had the advantage that we played out the position on a board and actually saw it. Bishop f2 and queen f2 look somewhat similar to somebody playing a chess game. Either way, you're sort of trading queens and going into an end game where you're going to be up the bishop pair after you take on e6, maybe. And in fact, it's more obvious that bishop f2 wins you the bishop pair because you get knight e6. Whereas queen f2, king f2, you don't immediately get the bishop pair after pawn d5, bishop d5, right? It's just recognizing that your pieces are dominating the board, which is not totally obvious, I guess. And in each case, he might want to calculate these pawn sacks on b4. To me, the pawn sacks on b4, it wasn't obvious that Black couldn't take them until I put them on the board, and then in 1 or 2 moves, I was like, oh yeah, it doesn't work at all. But calculating ahead and visualizing versus playing it out on a board might be very different. So the whole thing might be much less clear for Kostya than it was for us, who've played out the moves on a board, actually. Kostya's thinking about bishop f2 and queen f2, Putsy, and presumably he's already looked as far as comparing queen f2, king f2, e d5, bishop d5, to bishop f2, queen g5, bishop g5, d e6, f e6, knight e6, bishop e6, bishop e6. So he's comparing those 2 different positions. One that's more open and he's already got the bishop pair. Another that's a little less open, but the black pieces are a little more constrained by this g5 pawn, which is actually very nice for him. So he's got to do a couple operations. Number one, he's got to compare those 2 positions in his head and do a comparative evaluation. which is one of the things that's nice about Eugene Perelstein's book about Evaluate Like a Grandmaster. It gives you these positions where it says, compare these 3 positions in your head and evaluate which one is better. That's like a typical kind of thing you have to do in a chess game at a master level, right? So he's comparing those 2 positions. And the third thing that he's got to do is he's got to calculate the b4 pawn sack. So he's got to calculate if at the end of this queen f2, king f2, e d5, bishop d5, if black tries to take his pawn on b4, he's got to make sure that that's not a problem and that his evaluation is still really good in that line. You know? I would be shocked if he's considering this line here from Chess Simple. King here, check, king here. It still leads to a queen trade, but why are we like running around with our king? I mean, I guess it's not bad. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It just feels pretty weird. Black could still trade queens if they want an endgame, and they don't have to trade queens if they don't want one. So if they don't want to trade queens, they could just keep playing some normal move here, like pawn takes or queen e. He's just played king e2. What? And it caused my YouTube video feed to freeze. Oh no, something's wrong with the YouTube feed, huh? So Chess Simple, you're going to have to explain to us, where does this move king e2 come from? Because to me it makes absolutely no sense. I had no idea that this move was even a candidate. Now I feel weird not being able to keep my eye on Kostya. With this black screen and this spinning load thing, I'm like, where's Kostya? Is he on top of all this? Makes me feel more confident seeing him actually like playing the pieces nicely. He played king e2, Matt. He played king e2, I think, right before this thing broke. You want me to explain king e2? I have no idea. Queen f2 was just so good. I was getting ready to bump this eval bar up to 1.1 or 1.2 if the game followed the variation that I've been calculating. I've been conservative about bumping up this eval bar because I thought maybe I'm wrong, maybe they'll play some other line, maybe I'm missing something. And now they have played some other line. This king e2 is absolutely befuddling to me. You're going to go watch some Harry Potter to calm down? Okay, black's taking back d5 reasonably quickly. So they were not shocked by king e2. They didn't want to allow d6. They weren't pumped about going into that same endgame, but with white's king on d3 or d2 instead of f2. I don't see the big difference that it made. So I really don't understand the advantage, but okay. So we get here, and now Kostya could throw in something like rook g1 with either rook, but then queen comes to e5 defending the d-pawn. So more likely bishop d5 is like the obvious move for Kostya, maybe? Okay, well, basic move number 1 would be to capture this pawn, right? Before black defends it. So let's just put a move on the board. and see what happens from here. Black could play knight d6. Black could play queen e5. To me, queen e5 is question number 1. So I'm just going to put some basic moves on the board and see if I can figure out at all what's going on. Queen e5. Okay, knight c3 is knight c6 is a possible answer. Attacks 2 pieces. That provides some clarity to me, right? Check. King gets disturbed. Maybe rook d1. Wait, do I have to worry about bishop takes g5, f4, bishop takes f4? I definitely don't want to help that bishop. Maybe I'll play f4. Queen will go somewhere like this, and I'll snatch that pawn. Like the snatchy guy I am. And against rook d8, I'm just bringing it all back home. I mean, it's hard for black to whip up a murderous attack with this rook on h8. Oh, we got other weird moves getting played. Holy moly. All right. Kostya's just on a different wavelength than me here. He goes bishop f4, hitting the queen and the rook, forcing this queen g2. And now I guess he'll come up and the queen and rook will still both be hanging, so maybe he'll still get an endgame. And maybe he'll play rook e1 instead of taking back the pawn on d5 right away, or maybe he will take back the pawn on d5, hitting the knight because the rook will have moved. God, it's like I can't keep up with the calculation in order to appropriately move the sensei eval bar. Let's put him on e3 because I don't want to calculate king d3, bishop f5. Okay, guys? I don't want to do it. So we're going to go here. Okay, fine, I did it. It didn't matter. It wouldn't help black. Here. This guy's attacked. My instinct's actually bishop d6 now. But let's say I play this stupid move. Boom, get tempoed, right? Knight here, rook here. And white is glorious. Let's try bishop d6. Let's check him. Let's stay somewhere neutral. Let's trade and take, and I think white's advantage is less than 1 here. I mean, it's slightly better for white, but it's not much, is it? This doesn't look amazing at first blush. This bishop d6 line looks playable for black. Maybe against rook e8, you just come back here, boom. Defend, son. But by now, you know they've got active options. So I've kind of ooped the poop. Now I'm getting disconnected from this chat and that chat. Is my computer dying? 0 dropped frames. Maybe knight c6 at some point to get the bishop pair out of this situation, huh? And play the old Fischer endgame here, right? But, you know, it certainly feels borderline playable for black. There's knight c4 to a3 to calculate here as well. It's not crushing. It's probably still better for white. How much, I don't know immediately. It doesn't look crushing. We're getting this queen trade here, and now bishop d6. So I'm actually going to leave the evaluation at 0.5. I'm not going to spike it up to +1 because I still don't see anything like dramatically great for white in this line. Let's look at one idea I haven't looked at yet, which is trying to grab this pawn on a5. Does that have any merit? So black could play knight c4 to shelter the d5 pawn. But then they get full-on bad bishop versus knight. I don't even know which way they would take at this point. Well, let's open up a little more space for the bishop. White is pleasantly better here. If I take the other way, does that change things? To my mind, no. White's still way better here. Maybe even better than the other one with the open b file. Because the only way for black to contest the b file is to castle, and then the king's so far away from this stuff, right? And also, actually, rook b6 is specifically a huge problem for black here. But white's king is going to be very nice. It's going to take d4 from the knight at some point. So not the check. Let's go more simple. Let's go here. Take it. Grab it back. This is pleasantly better for white, I guess. But not winning. Did I ever collapse mentally during a tournament halfway through? Probably millions of times, Nemtomi, yeah. I think I do a lot of crashing. Yeah, not wanting to calculate king d3, md knight was just a sign of how lazy chess players are, because even as I said I didn't want to calculate it, and in the time it took me to play king e3 on the board, I'd calculated that this is actually nothing difficult to calculate. You just bring the queen here, right? The pieces are both protected. You're threatening mate. You're threatening the rook. You're threatening the queen. It's over, right? So... yeah, so he could have played either. It didn't matter. We get this position. Oh, sorry. Black hasn't played yet here as far as we know. Well, bishop f5 check is a piece sack. So white's winning as long as black doesn't have any good tactic there, and they don't. They just have to trade queens. I think plus 0.5 is about right for these positions with bishop d6, or it's at least in the ballpark. You know, white's better. It's significantly unpleasant to play black. It should not be losing. In this bishop d6, bishop d5 line, I played rook e8 for black. But that wasn't really good because white could take, and it's too late to recover the pawn. So in this kind of a position, black has to trade themselves. Then do something like this. And at least white's got the 7th rank. GM has played bishop d6 as predicted by us. This position would look something like, I guess we just take, because I don't want to play rook h1, rook e5, rook a7. How much is white better? Better rook, better knight and bishop. some ability to attack these points. Looks really nice. I'd try h5 for black. Or maybe h6. Takes. One option for white is we can just go catch that pawn. Nobody can get there in time to defend it, can they? Rook b6. Rook b6. Knight c8. Never say never. Knight f5. Thank God, rook d6 doesn't work. The last 5-ish moves. This position down here, the live position, shows the current situation. Black's just played bishop d6 after they traded queens here. Okay, Chess Simple, if we get a chance to talk to Kostya today, I'll ask him about king e2. The most surprising move of the entire game so far, to me. It wasn't like a huge big deal. They still got a very similar position, right? But it was just, it was not in my mind to look at that move, yeah. So in my analysis, white is winning the pawn here. Unless there's knight e7 right here. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. That's amazing. Let me just double check this for 1 second. Excuse me. I'm going to double check this because this is like surprising to me. Yeah. Nice tactic I just found. It's only 1 move long, but I'm going to save this as a tactical puzzle. That's really cool. It's very, very unusual little defensive puzzle right here. The only move here for black that doesn't lose the h-pawn, knight e7. Super cool. Super cool. I like tactics that are really short but a little bit surprising. It seems very practical, that tactic. It's like the kind of thing you'd find in Imagination in Chess by Gapata Gaprindashvili. Yeah, we can also go ask him about king f2 versus knight g3. In the game, Kostya gave check with the other rook, the A rook, not the H rook. So he's going to keep this rook tied down. Oh, sorry. Let me use my analysis board. Okay, so he's going to... I wasn't sure about this. You know, this rook could get action on the A file. I didn't know which rook he would check with. He checked rook A e1 check, leaving this rook here to tie black down to that. And now, presumably, he will trade and play bishop d5. And black will trade since white doesn't even have the A file. But black won't be able to dig out with rook e8. They're going to have to worry about the h-pawn. They're going to have to find some other way to slowly dig out. Man, it's a lot easier to play chess when you're comfortable just playing endgames and you don't need like a huge advantage to feel comfortable playing them. You know, if you're just happy to play a reasonable position, as Kostya is, you know. Oh man, he's playing any kind of chess at this tournament. That's really good. Very comfortable with endgames, locked games, open games, anything. Really showing no huge biases. He doesn't need to stay up on the clock. He just needs to keep enough time on the clock to play his game. And he has enough time for now. Move 26, 33 minutes. Yeah, that's ample. 33 minutes is fine. Playing more blitz helps with comfort in endgames. Oh, that makes sense, Dabo. For the wrong reason. Okay. I've been feeling more comfortable in blitz endgames lately than I used to. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 1-minute break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, maybe grab some peanuts on my way back. I will return quickly. It looks like Kostya has played bishop d5 now. Very good. 1 minute on that move. And now black will trade on b4, I imagine. But then I don't know exactly what the plan is to improve the black pieces from here. Maybe king c7, rook b to e8? Yeah, maybe that. Glad to hear that, Nemtomi. The idea was, like, the first couple topics we used were topics that were actually from our meeting, and then the idea was for it to only slowly go off the rails. You know what I mean? So that, like, you could believe the first, so that, like, everybody could believe the first 5 or 10 minutes, and then, you know, a couple people would wonder and a couple more people. But yeah, we went off the cliff gradually enough that some people watched for like 40 minutes, 50 minutes without knowing that it was a joke, including 2 members of our own team who normally attend those meetings. But 2 members of our team who normally attend our meetings sent us messages like, "Hey guys, you're live." So that was lots of fun for us. I feel like we needed that, you know, some fun in the dojo, not just analyzing some endgames, but some fun. All right, I'll be back. Hey, hey, hey. All good. We got some bread here with peanut butter. Bishop takes is on the board. Rook c8 was played here. Interesting. And calm c3 from Kostya. So I thought that black might be worried about pawn takes a5 here, because they don't have rook a8. It's not obvious how they clean this pawn back up. But I guess they have this rook c5 move. Probably something that could bother Kostya. You can't even defend from here. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to. It looks like you're all messed up. Black's got f6. Black's got knight c4 check. So he just plays c3. You know, all calm, defending everything. Take it easy. You know, Kostya's just like, take it easy. Everything's good, you know. If black goes f6 now, he can trade and immobilize that pawn before it gets any space. Keep the rook passive and just, you know, large and in charge. So Kostya very comfortable here, playing c3, 10 minutes up on the clock. And he's ready to do another episode of Endgame Sensei with Grandmaster Sokolovsky. Hey Guillaume, it's been a while. How are you? You want the current Fen? Sure. Let me try and grab it over here. Has Kostya been playing very aggressive this tournament? I mean, I'm a very aggressive person to ask that to, and to my eyes, no, he's been playing normally. I think he's playing very well this tournament. But I think I don't think he's been risk averse, so he hasn't backed away from aggressive options when they felt right to him. But I don't feel like he's done stupid stuff just because he wanted to make the game more intense and difficult, you know? I think he's just played normally. Oh, right. He's got no draws because he's only played up and down. He's played nobody within... I mean, this opponent here is the closest he's played within rating of him, right? 25-46. They're just under 200 points above him, 195-point gap. I would expect if Kostya plays a bunch of 2500s that he can score against them now and then. But, yeah, I mean, he's mostly played people either 200 points above or below him. So not having draws is certainly plausible. It doesn't mean he's playing, you know, some insane gambit or something. Right, his game with Dennis, just having fun. That was the one non-Sicilian we've seen, basically. Right, Kostya played e4, e5 one round. Looks like Kostya's live stream has fully died. He's been putting recaps up on his own channel every round pretty much. Nice. But it looks like the video is dead at the moment. So we'll put it like this so folks can see that there's recaps available for the moment. Is it Dojo approved to just yell right before your matches? No, we don't do that. Kostya's style of chess, pretty universal, you know. And, you know, he's a bit scientific about it. You know, kind of like analytical, learning stuff, testing ideas, getting better. He's a very balanced player. Okay, this is a tiny little defensive move from black. It's got a couple meanings. One is to defend along the second rank. Like if white doubled rooks on the e file, you could keep white out of e7. Also, the bishop moves at some point. You could defend these pawns, or even play rook e7 to offer a rook trade. And another reason for it is just if white ever takes on a5, you have rook a7, and you can play on the a file. On c8, black didn't have access to the a file. You could even trade on b4 to play rook a7 yourself as black and try and do something on the a file. So that move's useful for black. Quite useful. Here's a crazy idea for Kostya. Right, so probably f takes g. Check, hitting the rook. Takes. Rook takes. Now this rook d7 move is probably going to refute it. But my point was, after black defended the knight, let's say like this, I was going to take my pawn back over here. And white keeps a small advantage. Hi, Carl. Good to see you. Unfortunately, this move, maybe this move. The problem, the reason this felt like a refutation was you lose the bishop to knight c4, right? But this move might win for white. Not so fast, David. Double check. Man, the knight even defends the pawn on b5 at the end. This doesn't look good for white. Pawns are too shattered. King's close enough to the passer. So no g6, I don't think. Well, this is also a good way to prep for your game tomorrow, Matt. This game is teaching us to be relaxed and free in the way Kostya is, where we're willing to play a positional game or a tactical game. We're willing to calculate or go into an end game. Simple moves, complicated moves, it's all fine. That's one of the things Kostya is teaching us here. I suppose one thing he could do is lift one of these rooks, just asking black, what do you want to do if I double? Right? So it could be rook e2. It could be rook h2. It could be rook h4. Okay, for the moment, I'm going to give up on Kostya's video, maybe. And just go put mine on top, I guess. If Kostya's live feed comes back on, hopefully we'll notice and add it back into the stream. Oh yeah, I think you guys are wondering about this variation here. Rook to the 5th rank, which is a candidate move. And then if knight check, bishop takes, and whether black takes with the rook or the pawn, they're going to lose a pawn along the 5th rank to that rook. So that knight c4 check would not be good here. Well, this is the last of them, Stan. I mean, not the last of any stream by me, but the last of my streams from this Reykjavik tournament. Round 9 tomorrow is at 3:30 a.m. my time, so Jesse February is going to cover it instead of me. And then I'll have to figure out what I'm covering next. I've never played in Reykjavik, no. I might just record some videos this week. I'm going to start a new video series on my best games. Record my swimming? That's not allowed at that swimming pool. You can't have any recording devices in the swimming pool or locker rooms. Oh, Guillaume, you've got a student playing in Reykjavik right now? How fun. I do not have a list of the best open tournaments in Europe, no. I really liked playing Capelle Legrand in France. And this tournament I played in Spain, that was incredible, Nemtomi. The Sunway Sitges tournament in December. And the same organizers do a second tournament called something like Fomentera in April, around now. I actually don't even know where the one in April is, but it's probably somewhere in Spain. You filmed a 75-yard underwater swim. Wow, cool. Rook h4 from Kostya. That was on our list. That was on our list of candidate moves. So from here, he could double the rooks, potentially. Yeah. Something for black to worry about, right? Just a little something. Now, one little odd thing I was looking at was bishop f5 here. If white takes and black takes, it didn't look obviously stupid. And you have to watch out for rook d7 if you retreat your rook, right? You can kind of get busted. But against this move, what if white doesn't take it? What if they play rook e5, attacking it more first, right? Then if the bishop goes there, it's weakened all this kind of stuff. But it could go back to d7, I guess. And it wasn't obvious how we make progress from here. Then I thought maybe against bishop here, we go knight check with the idea of knight a5 and or rook d4. Okay, interesting look. Black played rook a7. They're looking at trading and doing something on the a file. At the moment, the bishop's covering a2. It's not clear what's black's counterplay if Kostya just goes for the pawn, takes, maybe here? I don't really believe this, but let's try it. Second rook. I don't think chasing the king is right. Let's try cutting the king off. Now I'm not seeing an easy way for white to control this, but I'm not good at controlling counterplay, so let's think a little longer. Could I walk my king this way? And like against, whoops, sorry. Against that I would play king b2, obviously. Against rook a2, I'll go king b1, rook goes somewhere, and then maybe trade rooks, maybe take a pawn. It looks like white's completely in control, right? I think Kostya has an edge, Jesse. Yeah, you're covering the 9th round, aren't you? That's what I announced to everybody earlier today. I've got Kostya on plus 0.5 according to my David evaluation. Yes, you are. Okay. Beautiful. Thank you for doing that. If he scores this round, he'll probably get another GM in round 9, which will make for another great match. This looks great to me for white. I'd be very happy here. The graph is updated, just having fun. It's at 0.5 right now. What's Jesse doing these days? I don't know. If I were like a 3,600 rated chess engine, and I got to pick my own name, I might call myself something like The Truth. But I don't know how well AI is able to sort of be self-aware and like, I don't know how good AI is at naming itself, but that's what came to mind. I don't really see comp for black with this counterplay. That said, if Kostya sees something, he could also play this move first. It's out of the way of the knight checks. And it's just a little closer to any of these rook inroads, right? And, you know, rook a7 hasn't really helped black to defend h7 either. Still not clear how black would go about it. That snack really increased the quality of this entire day, which is already going great. Man, I'm loving Kostya's position. I don't yet see what Yehiel is hoping to do here. Well, Kostya's done something, and he doesn't see the counterplay either. He goes straight for that h-pawn, makes a beeline for it. That said, I didn't see how black was going to defend it either if he played king c2, you know, king b2, and then rook h1. And since I don't see what black's going to do, I'm going to crank up the eval, folks. All right? I'm going to crank up the eval because I don't see what black is supposed to do. And it looks like Kostya's taking a pawn from him and all. I think Tan Zhongyi is pretty much done, isn't she, Jesse? I saw her game yesterday. I don't know if there was another game today, but I saw her game yesterday, and it looked like she was done.
Rook c8, knight d3. This check, but we can take it. The knight defense here. So he played now.
Jeez, Ju won again today? No, come on, it's over. She won another game? Already, I saw yesterday's game, I thought she was done. Yeah. Her chances of coming back are 0. 0.0. Yeah. Interesting. Look at this. Rook h1, rook e8, rook e1 from Kostya. So he just repeats once. Like they say, if the rook goes back to h8, it'll be a repetition. If the rook takes on e1, then that pawn will be pretty doomed. Though black will have a moment to play AB, AB, rook a1, rook g1. Maybe we should double check that before we assume a repetition. Let's just check this sideline. Here would allow maybe this. Let's say here, keeping stuff defended, rook here, f4. White's up a pawn, but looks like black's within the realm of a draw even here. And Carl, to your question, I think you can do it either way. I don't think it's like a dramatic benefit one way or the other. To me, it doesn't leap out at me that one is like way better than the other. I think black could trade on e1 and grovel, perhaps. They could also go back to h8, and see what Kostya has in store. But I think just walking the king over and rook here is going to basically win for Kostya. Or, yeah, I mean, I'm sort of guessing here. Sort of guessing. Jesse says pen and notebook, so I use pen and notebook. Yeah, fair enough. I don't quite understand the repetition. Let me double check my line a little bit more. Let's investigate a little bit more. Let's say we keep the rook away from this stuff. The rook comes here. We defend that thing. They tempo us. We tempo them. They tempo us. We tempo them. And as you all know, he who has the last tempo tempos Fugit. Actually, maybe we didn't want to go in there. Yeah. Regretting that. Well, I don't know where to go with this piece, though. It's just going to get chased forever. Never mind. Forever, ever? Excuse me. Okay, that was a pretty weird line. When you have the last tempo, don't use it to trap your own piece. Okay, so we go here to stop rook g1. This comes in. It's the only move. All right, black retreated, repeated and retreated. Looks like this line worked out for white, actually, so I can understand the repetition. So black goes back. And now Kostya, maybe king c2. Hey, he's fun. How are you? Yeah, once a rook gets traded, Carl, the king can come hang out on e3 for sure. Like in those lines I was looking at with a single rook trade, once there was a rook trade, yeah, the king could come hang out here. It's a good square. 4 classes. Work, work. Kostya repeats again. No, Kostya! What are you doing? Don't give in to the seductive powers of the draw, Kostya. You're too powerful. You're too powerful. Think of all the times you played Endgame Sensei. They all prepared you for today. We just have to wait in suspense, folks, to see what he does. There's not really much else to analyze or calculate, you know. If he makes the draw, he makes the draw. If he keeps playing, I think his position's better. So, I mean, king c2 would be the move to keep the game going. It's not super clear. Maybe there's also knight c6 check here. Could be a candidate move. Doesn't look really inspiring. They get more time at move 40, yeah. If they get to move 40. For sure. Oh, against king c2, there's also rook e5 now, right? He's kind of backed himself into this situation here with rook h1 and rook e1 versus just doing it before when he had control of the e-file, right? If he now goes king c2 to keep this rook out, then black has rook e5. And there's nothing really to say or do for white there, is there? Ay, 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 that's the end of it all. So I have to drop his eval because he can't even do this anymore. It's too late in a sense, Houseline, because he's already played rook e1 twice. So he can't go back to the position with rook e1. But in theory, when he had the position with rook e1, could he have played rook e5? Yeah, it's a fine move. But I think the key idea would have been to play king c2. Black plays some kind of waiting move, right? They don't have a million great ones, but let's say something like that. Then you come here. Takes, rook e8, rook takes. Maybe even here rook e5 would be annoying. I'm doing something super, super risky to try and keep the game going here, as you can see. Because even there, yeah, rook e8, rook e5 was pretty good at cutting out some of his advantage. I do feel the game's about to end in a draw. Because in the live position below, you know, black's got rook e5 coming, and I just don't see how to control that. Just having fun. You looked at this piece sacrifice already? Wow. That's cool. Yeah, I may have blundered something just on this move where black could go here, defending the knight like that, right? And then you, I guess, maybe check here, here. If the knight moves on, here we've got 3 pawns against a piece. Well-placed rooks, well-placed knight, so there's some chances for white, but you could also get yourself into a mating net. There's chances to blunder this. Check knight takes. Check knight takes. On h8. Ah, yeah. Check knight takes. Okay, so we can't go there. Well, I don't really believe in this then, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't quite work. Probably not Dabo. Unless they've got a million prizes in Reykjavik, but I don't really know. Yeah, Kostya's played rook e1. The game's going to end in a draw. An escape for his opponent, for sure. Kostya had a nice edge on this game. Having spent a few hours analyzing the game, I'm curious what the computer's opinions would be about various positions, but I'm not going to go look that up. Because it's possible that Kostya is going to want to come talk to us about the game. And there's no... I mean, I can't have an interesting conversation with him if I've looked at the computer engine and he hasn't, right? So I'm definitely not going to do it in case we can have a chat. And let's see here. I guess the YouTube link is never going to come back, so I can close that and accept that that's done for the moment. And now I guess we're just going to hang out for, 10 minutes or so and see if Kostya wants to come on and talk about the game with us. So, do you guys have a million off-topic questions now? Is Kostya still trying to make GM? Yes, Eastbun. Not super, super hard, but somewhat. I'm not competing anywhere anytime soon, no. But Kostya's playing 4 tournaments in a row. After this, he's going to Grenke. And he's doing a killer chess training camp/tournament thing. We have no concrete plans for a Dojo Live meetup at this point, Jake, but the idea is definitely floating around. It's floating around big time. So it'll probably happen at some point. Namtomi, why didn't Eugene become a sensei at the dojo? He's got other commitments in his life. Would it be in Ohio? I don't know, Dabo. I have no idea where it would be. A live tourney, Matt, or like an online match? Yeah, I think a match would be fun. All right, draw agreed. That's Kostya's first draw of the event. 5.5 out of 7. 5 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. All right, so on the board against the GMs. Very strong play, but did not quite manage to crush the guy. As I said, getting a good position does not mean that you win the game when you're playing against grandmasters. It's just one of many stages. One of many stages on the long and arduous road. Yeah, I'll continue to say Kostya looks like he's in great form. So hopefully he gets another GM in the last round, which will be at 3:30 a.m. Pacific, 6:30 a.m. Eastern, and 10:30 a.m. local time in Reykjavik on Tuesday, and will be covered by Jessie February on her channel as well as our channel, Jessie Feb and Chess Dojo. And we're just going to keep hanging around a bit to see if Kostya comes on. So now's your chance, folks. I'm just going to be sitting here for 5 minutes answering all your random questions. Yeah? How upset am I? About what? I'm not upset about anything. About the draw? Oh, I don't know. A 1.5 on a scale from 0 to 10. It would have been nice if he could have kept pressing the game. I mean, what do you think, boss? Did he have an advantage here? I mean, like a couple moves before? I think he's kind of better. If they haven't repeated 3 times, I think he could move his king over this way to stop the counterplay and then at some point go back to h1. So I think he's definitely a bit better, but I guess he didn't see how. Or I thought I might be wrong to think he's better. You know, I didn't know for sure that I was right. Okay, I mean, if you agree that he had the advantage at the end, then that's comforting. Okay.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Kostya.
So, yeah, first of all, I apologize for the camera dying. I forgot to plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
Phone in.
Oh.
No. Wait.
Are you there? Or did his phone die again, maybe? Ran out of battery again. That's funny. He's just telling me, like, the reason the YouTube stream died, I think, is because his phone ran out of battery. And then I think Discord phone call also died because his phone had no battery. I was gonna try and bring in his video and fix his volume and everything, Jake. Yeah, I was going to. But... And I feel like just as he said that, the realization occurred to him, like, wait, it's about to die again. And he sort of like chuckled as it died. Okay, so Kostya joined us for 5 seconds there. Maybe we'll get a little more out of him in a few minutes if he can find a power cord or, you know, a corner in which to charge, an outlet somewhere. All right. Somehow he texted me that he's looking for power. As we expected. As we expected at this point. Jesse says, of course white's better. Yeah. That would be amazing if you could stick a phone charger into a potato and get like a few little drops of juice. Get a 5-second phone call out of it. So what's going on? Folks had like 10,000 distracting questions during the game, and now we're just waiting around for Kostya, and there's no questions left? No? You're all out? Nobody wants to know who's going to become a GM when? Chaos at national parks. Oh, did they just fire all the staff at the federal parks? Oh. Brilliant. It was a draw. Wasn't Kostya still better? Yeah, he was. Jesse thinks Kostya's just got to go for it if he wants to make GM. That does make sense, yeah. I have not seen that camping invention, Carl, that turns the heat from burning wood into power to charge your stuff. Have I ever Hikaru played Magnus? Yeah, I've seen Hikaru play Magnus many times. They're playing in Paris like yesterday or today, right? Oh, have I ever played them? I don't think I've ever played with Magnus, not even a casual game. Hikaru, I've played OTB 3 times. And in online Blitz games 2 or 3 times. And yeah, if Kostya comes on and we've got the time, we'll ask him about his breakfast. I mean, I think, like, to Jesse's comment about you have to play for, you have to go for it with positions like this. You know, it's not guaranteed that you're going to win it. It's more like you have to try to win it, right? I think that's what Jesse's saying. Well, Pratik, there's one game that Hikaru won OTB and one game that I won OTB. And a third that was disputed. Hello!
Hey, okay, I think we're good now.
Okay. Let me ramp up your audio then.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
That should be good, yeah.
Yeah, so I forgot to plug the phone in before the game. It's like one of 2 things I have to do. I don't know, I was thinking about the opening, I guess.
You got a lot of things you got to do.
No, it's really just 2 things. I gotta, start the stream and then plug my phone in, and then I forgot the second part.
Okay. Yeah, but you have to like prepare and be focused and, get your water and get your pen and sit down at the right board and...
Yeah, I've got all that stuff down.
Okay.
And I think I've actually gotten used to playing on the stream as well.
Okay.
Like it hasn't been like I actually just show up like a few minutes before the round, set it up, and it's been no problem. Okay, today I was a bit too focused on the game, I guess. And then, okay, I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I feel like I bungled it at the end. Of course, I didn't want to draw, but I only meant to repeat once, and then I realized I wanted to deviate in the wrong position, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was it a 3-fold repetition at the end?
Yes, it would be if he plays Rook H8.
If he says, I played Rook H8, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah, you didn't see the video, but he wrote his move down and basically, insinuated that he wanted to claim. So I just agreed to a draw there.
Yeah. But the move that you wanted to play instead of repeating would have been what?
So originally I wanted to just go rook takes h7. Like I wanted to repeat once and then take on h7. But then I realized, okay, number one, he can go knight c4 check, but also he has the immediate rook e5, which I think is even more annoying.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't allow that.
Yeah.
And then by then I wanted to go rook e1 and then not repeat if he goes rook h8 back, a second time or third time.
Right.
But then it was too late. So I should have repeated once with rook e1 and then continued with a different move with my rook on e1.
Yeah. That's sort of what I'm asking. With the rook on e1, did you have a move in mind that you would have played or not yet?
Not yet, because yeah, my idea was to take on h7, but had I realized I can't do that, then I think maybe I would go like maybe rook f4 or king c2. I felt like I had a couple options there.
Okay. My first idea for you was king c2. That's what I was expecting you would do.
King c2.
Yeah. To sort of deal with the rook on the a file and then go back to h1. But then, as we'd been on the position longer, it occurred to me that even with your king on c2, rook h1, rook e8, rook h7, rook e5 was not, like, obvious.
Yeah. I think I have to kind of switch gears. I feel like I just can't go for this h pawn because he has too many pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And if my king's on c2, there's tactics with the f5 square because he'll have like maybe some knight f5 and then the bishop comes there with check.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit. I mean, it's probably not so easy, but I did think the endgame was really nice for white. I don't know what you thought about it.
I thought you were better. Jesse thought you were better as well. I was less confident than he was, but he came into chat and I was like, Pruess, you mad, bro? And I was like, about what? And he's like, that Kostya took that draw. It's like, I don't know. Like, I thought he was better, but I didn't know by how much. And it looks like he repeated accidentally, but wasn't sure how to handle Black's counterplay. So,
yeah. No, it was a bummer because I was specifically not playing for a draw this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That it happened. But okay, I mean, I'm still happy with the game. It's my first time playing Bishop G5 Najdorf.
Mm-hmm.
Period. I'm not sure I've even ever played it in a blitz game actually.
Yeah.
So that was cool. In fact, I didn't even know I had all day to prepare. I didn't decide on Bishop G5 Najdorf until actually it was like 45 minutes before the round. I changed my mind. Like I wanted to play a different line, and then I did some prep, and then I like refuted my own prep, and I was like, I can't play this. So
shoot.
I looked for something else, and then I had this idea to play Bishop G5. Well, mainly based on my opponent's games, because he had played this the system that he played today with Knight D7 and Queen B6. He had played that a couple times, so there I happened to be reasonably well prepped.
Oh, okay. Because that line looked weird, and you looked ready for it. So it's because you saw it in his games, not because it's a standard line.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I was looking at his repertoire, and I saw that he plays. He plays both Najdorf and E4, E5. Mm-hmm. But against lower rated players, mostly Sicilian, so I was expecting Najdorf.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, I just noticed that. No, go. I just noticed that against Bishop G5, he's always playing this system with Knight D7, and I've never played Bishop G5 in my life, so I figured it'll be a surprise.
Uh-huh.
And it's not like he can just come up with a new system over the board. I've had all day to prepare Bishop G5 in his mind. So it's kind of like a semi-bluff.
Right, because you hadn't prepared, like, the poisoned pawn today or something.
I mean, I had an idea of what I would do, but okay. I mean, I can't say I would have been a huge expert there.
Yeah. Okay, we've got some questions for you from chat. And the first one is a question that I share with several people from chat, which is they're curious where this King E2 move came from. Because perhaps guided by my commentary, chat and I had basically considered Bishop F2 and Queen F2.
Right.
both seemed fine for you. So we didn't look for anything else. You know what I mean? And then you played King E2, and I mean, it seemed to not be super different than those other positions either. Like, it still leads to, I guess, an endgame that's kind of pleasant for white. But where did King E2 come from? Like, how did you have this idea? Was there something wrong with the other moves?
Yeah, originally in this position, I did want Queen F2, and then I expected Queen E5 from black. And that position I wasn't clear on because my rook on A1 is hanging, so my knight on D4 is pinned, and B4 is also hanging. So I wasn't totally sure, but I thought I'm okay there. That was going to be my original intention. But then when I took on D5, he started thinking, and I was like, well, why is he thinking? Why doesn't he just take on G3? That seems like the only move.
Yeah.
And then I realized, like, oh, he's worried about some king move. Because I also had the idea to play like King F1 and try to like trap his queen. But King F1, I think, fails to E5. And he has Bishop H3 check in the position, which is quite annoying.
Yeah.
But when he started thinking on like Queen takes G3, I realized, okay, he maybe noticed some move. And then that's when I noticed King E2. And I thought King E2 was superior because I thought we're getting this endgame most likely, and then I actually really like the endgame. So I like the endgame a lot more in this position after Queen F2, Queen E5.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd partly been seduced by the position after Queen F2, King F2, ED5, Bishop D5, which looked winning to me, like really, really good. But it's true, Queen E5 looked messier, and I didn't have like an exact idea in mind of what you would do. So I can understand that you felt more comfortable forcing some kind of an endgame. It's a very, very one-sided game once you get the queens off.
Right. I mean, I was very happy to reach that endgame because I thought I actually did think I was going to win for a while because I just thought like all my pieces are better and my structure is quite good. So yeah, felt very promising. But I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Which is do you think B4 was the right decision? Because basically once he goes Bishop D7, Rook B8, like I'm on my own. I have no idea what to do there.
Okay.
I'm supposed to castle queenside in most lines, but okay, at that point that looks quite dangerous. So
well, after you played Rook B8, after he played Rook B8, the only move I was looking at for you, Kostya, in analysis was B4.
Okay.
And some folks in chat asked about, H4 or G5 or things, but like I couldn't stop thinking about B4 for whatever reason. And I almost never play that on the white side of the Najdorf, right? B4. And here it was just like screaming at me, like somehow B4 is a genius move. And then because you played it, I was like, oh, I was right. It's a genius move.
Yeah, no, it's one of those moves, you never want to play unless like you absolutely have to. And like, okay, black played Rook B8, Bishop D7, and the knight has to go back to B7. So there's like, so many reasons to play B4. It like screws with so many of his pieces.
Yeah.
At the cost of my, king safety long term. But okay, so then do you think I followed up correctly with this knight CE2, or do you think I should have I could have played F4 maybe?
Originally I didn't even realize you were going to play G5. My original thought with B4, let's see if I can find it, was to go Rook B8, B4, Knight B7, and then just castle. And my thought is basically, try to play either of C4 or A4, whichever one you can the soonest you can.
Wait, sorry, B4, Knight B7, and then which move?
Castle kingside.
Oh, okay. Oh.
And
then play on the queen side.
And then play on the queen side, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't consider that too much. But
Yeah.
that would definitely be interesting. I mean, it makes sense to now play. I mean, it's like a Rui, like with this knight on b7, so it makes sense to now start playing on the queen side. But yeah, somehow it didn't. Okay, it's hard to go g4 and then castle king side,
Right.
and then just forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, but my ideas kind of evolved over time. But my first idea was b4, then you castle, and then basically I want to play c4 or a4, whichever one I can faster, depending on what black does. And so I'm just connecting my rooks as a flexible move in between. But when you played g5, I liked that move too. I was fine with that. And then you played knight e2, which looked good. And your opponent played a5, which I thought looked bad. And I was happy to see that, since we were rooting for you, obviously. Oh shoot, I'll fix Kostya's score. Thank you, somebody. Thank you, Dabo. 5.5 out of 8 now. I had this idea of playing king f2 on the move where you played knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
And we're connecting the rooks, but not allowing that d5 queen g3 thing.
Right.
Now, I thought d5 queen g3 should be good for you, but it also felt a little bit like an escape moment for him, where maybe he's got some chances.
Yeah, I think what happened is I think we both missed, I think I found it in time because I played knight g3. But I think what he missed was when I go knight g3 takes.
Mm-hmm.
If he plays a takes b4 there, I just go g6 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Which looked very strong. So I think he missed that because he started spending a lot of time, and then he played d5 because I think by the time he played d5, I also came to the conclusion that this was the only move for him because it started to look extremely dangerous.
Mm-hmm. And after ab4, why couldn't you play ab4?
Because then he goes rook a8.
Uh-huh.
And this would be another reason of going king f2, is that in this position I would have like bishop takes e6 tactic, but of course my king's on e1.
But after rook a8, just renew that threat, right? Play king f2 now?
Right. Oh, and then I'm learning both bishop e6 and g6.
Yep.
Okay, I think in this position I didn't realize I'm still hitting. I don't think I found g6 yet. So I thought king f2, he goes like rook a4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't realize I have g6 there.
Yeah, but even rook a4, bishop b3, and he's hosed.
Oh, that's also bad, huh?
I mean, his position is just terrible, period, here.
I guess I really didn't want to trade any rooks. But you're probably right. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, here he's just hosed. If he ever castles kingside, then you just put your pieces on the h file. If he doesn't castle kingside, then you use your extra rook on the queen side.
Right. Yeah, maybe that was stronger. I got very excited by knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
Not just because of this g6 thing, but I was also thinking if he doesn't play d5,
yeah,
I thought his other two moves there are g6.
Yep.
Or knight d8.
Yep.
That's
what we looked at too.
Possible, but at least he can try to get the knight back with knight c6 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there was a very pretty line. I was hoping you could check this for me because I was trying to figure it out during the game. So if knight d8,
yeah,
I was thinking f4, and then let's say black plays e5.
Sorry, this is without g6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I played a before knight d8 in analysis because I was afraid for him that if he plays knight d8, you just grab on a5.
That's possible too, but if he goes a4, I'm going g6, so he can't.
You're not even taking. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go knight g3, hg3, knight d8 immediately. Okay, I got it.
And then, so I was thinking f4 here.
Mm-hmm.
But if he goes e5, I just have knight f5, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Anytime.
So that's not good for black.
Right. If he wants to go e5, he's got to play g6 first, I think, to prevent it. To prevent knight f5. But even here where you're playing f4, like I would just be playing king f2 to connect your rooks. You know, in all these positions, that's kind of my priority.
I see. Yeah.
Because that's preparing me for, you know, fights like b takes a5, you know, rook a8, rook b1, or, you know, c4, bc4, rook c1, and then I'm taking on c4 quickly. So I just want those rooks connected.
Right. Yeah, I guess I just well, yeah, I don't have a ton of experience, so I'm completely clueless, like when I'm supposed to switch sides or switch plans. I'm just kind of swimming, you know.
Okay. It looked like you knew exactly what you were doing. It looked like mastery.
Well, I appreciate that, but yeah, it's definitely having to figure a lot out over the board.
Yeah. And I think, you know, you were looking at knight d8 and g6. I think you were looking at all the right moves for him as well. So everything relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, g6 I thought he would play, and then okay, then again I wanted f4 here.
Mm-hmm.
And on e5 I was thinking f5.
What? A piece sack?
Is that crazy?
Is this a piece sack?
Yeah, because I thought it's pretty scary for him.
Wow.
Like ed4, bishop d4.
Okay. Maybe even your queen's better, but sure, we'll play bishop d4.
Maybe queen d4. Yeah, maybe queen d4.
So we go bishop d4, I guess like rook f8, rook h7.
Yeah.
Or maybe wait on rook h7.
Quite dangerous. Yeah, I wasn't sure what's going on here.
Maybe g4 because of your f5 pawn. Just hold your stuff.
Oh, instead of rook h7.
Yeah.
Oh right, f5 is hanging. Yeah.
I mean, it looks plausible. If black ever goes knight d8, you trap the bishop with f6. If black leaves the knight on b7 for the whole game, then the knight's trapped.
Exactly. Yeah, and then it just seemed like the king side is kind of collapsing eventually. But I don't know. Maybe I don't have to sack. Maybe I just have a simpler ways.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very playable to me. Like your position can sustain this. But there's some scrapping chances for black, right? Because they've got a little bit of ballast to give, a little bit of material, right? So there might be some position where they play f6 and break out, or maybe some like d5 pawn sack, and then the knight comes to d6, and sort of they get in the game. Whereas I think your position's like nearly winning in most of these positions if you just play king f2 and chill. Well, king f2 and, you know, rook c1, c4 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, some people have one non-chess question for you, which is like, what's breakfast like at the Reykjavik Open for you?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take all questions. I've got some time here. So breakfast is cool. We have a little like European continental breakfast. Unfortunately closes at 10, so I usually go down there like 9:56 a.m. and grab a plate. So what do they have there? They have some hard-boiled eggs, breads, lots of breads, salamis, cheeses, butter, cream cheese, cucumber, tomato, which I really appreciate. Every morning I have a little bit of cucumber and tomato.
Yeah. Good to get your veggies.
They got the skyr, the yogurt skyr. Here it's very popular. Some granola, some muesli, and then they do this little pastry thing every day, little oatmeal bar. Just a lot of like light fare. I would say not super heavy breakfast. Other hotels maybe have a much heavier breakfast, but for me actually it's quite nice. I don't really like a heavy breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds good.
No avocado though.
No avocado.
I have to go to a local cafe for that.
Critical, yeah. Yeah, you make do with cucumber, but it's not quite avocado.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
But
yeah.
No, the food is pretty good. a little expensive,
Mm-hmm.
but mm, it's been nice.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, no, actually, the whole tournament has been very very enjoyable. I've been really liking my games, and yeah, good vibes there, good people. Um, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, and I've been having. I mean, I've played E4 in 4 games now.
Oh
Every
yeah.
game has been E4. So
Yeah, we thought you might get like 100% open Sicilians this tournament until you played E5 in one game yourself, right?
right, which in hindsight was not a great decision.
Should have just stuck with the open Sicilian and just kept it coming.
Yeah, I mean that was unbelievable. I played E5 like thinking to myself, okay, time to be solid. No more of these like crazy Sicilians.
Right.
And and it was just such a um I guess I talked to Jessie Febb. She was covering that game, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
such a colossal failure of preparation
Mm-hmm.
where I like willingly walked into this super dangerous position, not knowing enough about it,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's just like worst of all worlds basically.
Yeah, I
Like if
got
I
to
knew it
watch
a
a
little
little bit
bit
of her
deeper,
coverage on
then
it.
it would have been okay, and if I knew it less, that would have been even better because I wouldn't have gone and made it so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you made any
But
new
yeah,
friends at this tournament? New chess acquaintances?
oh, I have. You could say that. Um, I no, actually, my first day here, I met someone pretty cool. I'll definitely have to tell you and Jesse about it. Maybe off stream.
Nice. Nice.
But yeah. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. It's been,
Somebody from chat was asking, do you like to keep to yourself at all during tournaments?
um, not really, actually. I find tournaments, it's one of the few opportunities to meet players from different countries. So it's like, yeah, a great chance to socialize. I've actually met a ton of dojoers here. A bunch of people have walked up to me. A few of my opponents have been followers, so that's cool.
Nice.
The ones that haven't, I'm converting after the game, doing a little postmortem, inviting them to the dojo and so on.
Right. A pillar. The post-mortem and then analyze your games.
Exactly. Yeah, actually, I've had some great postmortem. That first day, our postmortem is actually an hour long. It was
Nice.
fantastic.
He needed it. He looked
And
so
then
depressed at the end of that game.
he did. Yeah, yeah. It was a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I ended up playing his same system the next round, and also losing.
Yeah. His system looked terrible.
But every night I've been hanging out here with the chess nerd Zach,
Okay.
and we've been analyzing our games. Actually with two of his buddies, like two other masters.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's been great. Like most days, if there's no morning round, we'll be up until like 12:30, just analyzing everyone's games, OTB,
Nice.
which has been yeah fantastic. Actually, I have a whole new hunger for chess analysis. I'm so into it.
Nice. That's great. I pointed out to people that there were recap videos by you of your games on your channel.
Yeah.
So anyone who wants to get deeper into any of those games or see Kostya's sort of summaries or like his learning points from them, you can go to the Kostya Kavutskiy channel on YouTube and check those out. Or if there's a game that you missed live, right? Obviously, that's a great way to catch up on those games.
Yeah, I've started doing the recaps again, and actually I haven't checked any of my games with the engine. So I just give my pure thoughts in the recap, along with like maybe some stuff that we found in the postmortem or the analysis.
Right.
I mean, the only thing I've checked is just like one or two, a couple moments like in the opening because I thought maybe I might have to repeat a line or two or.
Yeah. If you're gonna play like 8 open Najdorf Sicilians in a row in a tournament, you should know whether the opening was good or bad for you in the previous round.
Yeah, exactly. But apart from that, I've been actually very good about not checking the games.
Nice.
at all.
Which is new for you, so that's partly related to your hunger to analyze.
Exactly. And there is a reason for this. It isn't just out of the blue I started doing this, but I'll have to explain another time. But yeah, actually, so the one game, there was that two bishop endgame that you were watching
Yeah.
a few days ago, and I was very happy that we found the win, because there was like a critical moment deep into that endgame where basically I could have gotten an extra piece, but I thought it was a draw because I only had one pawn left. But it turns out that endgame was winning, and so we worked it out after the game. So I was very happy about that.
Cool. That game was awesome. Did you feel like you were an endgame sensei at the end of it?
I felt like I was an endgame virtuoso. Yeah.
That was amazing. It reminded me specifically of an endgame sensei position we had done where white's got the space advantage on the king side. And there's that idea of like h4, h5, h6, which I think you even did against me in an endgame sensei game.
Right, with the bishop pair.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember.
obviously it's gonna be a Smyslov game. I want to say it's like Smyslov against Sliwa or something like that. I can send you the position and maybe see if you're like, oh yeah, that one. Because I totally felt like, oh man, like, not only is this like Endgame Sensei in terms of like, 5 minutes each and 30 seconds and, can the bishop pair win or not, but then it really even felt like a specific position we've played. Sliwa. Yeah. Sliwa. So.
Right. Yeah, I think I remember. I think we had like at least two end games with the bishop pair and like different numbers of pawns. No, those were very helpful. Yeah. No, I was definitely drawing from my experience there. Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. So your next game's in the morning.
Yeah.
So you'll have to curtail the analysis tonight a little bit, maybe.
Right. Yeah, it won't be too long. At least tomorrow, I think it's like 10:30. It's not like the other rounds have been 9 a.m., which is really brutal.
Jeez. So you can grab a tiny breakfast and be awake.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody's asking, does St. Louis sponsor you at all for these European tourneys?
No. No, they don't.
You don't have a sponsor, do you, other than yourself?
Yeah, purely self-finance. I mean, at this point, I do get some conditions at tournaments for being a streamer, but
right.
Not too many, not too many.
Yeah. And that's also in a sense, that's your own work that as a streamer, that's also your work as a streamer to get a little bit of bring a little publicity, get a little price break.
Yeah. And it's really just, completely up to the organizers. Like Grinky haven't returned my emails yet. So I got to message them again.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, it's very enjoyable to play such a tournament, and the field is very strong. There have been some really nice games. Actually, I'd invite folks to check out some of Ivanchuk's games. He won some very, very nice games. One against Velimir Ivic from yesterday morning, just like beautiful endgame. He won down a pawn. He won a couple nice games as well. And then there's Parham here. Parham is playing some great chess, and a couple other guys. So
yeah, we were dreaming that you might get to play Ivanchuk chat, and
That was my hope too. Yeah, actually, in round two, we almost played because we were basically
Oh yeah,
one board off. I played Lu Shanglei, who's right next to him.
so close.
So that would have been our chance.
Yeah, yeah. Would it make sense for a 1600 dojoer to stream their tournament matches?
Like from here, from Reykjavik?
I guess so. I mean, this is a dojoer who's going to the Pula Open, so they might be thinking towards the future.
Oh,
which I think is in June. They're going to like an open.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a little bit stressful. You do have to get used to it, and you have to like kind of set up the tech beforehand. So it's not like the easiest thing, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, if someone wants to, I mean, it's like once you get into the hang of it, then it's kind of fun. And if you have people watching you, then that's always cool. But yeah, there's like I think like five, six streamers here in our little corner of the room.
Yeah. One of them is rating us right now. Greetings, folks. All coming in from Reykjavik. Cheers to you. I'm David. I'm not playing the Reykjavik Open, but I share this channel with Kostya and Jesse, and Kostya is playing in the Reykjavik Open, so we've been watching his game today, which was an exciting game, and now he's on audio with us, answering some questions about the tournament and how he felt during his game and about the tournament overall. So I hope you all are doing great and enjoyed Anna's game today and Pia's commentary, which was surely good. And
Anna rated. Did Anna win?
in.
I assume she won, but I didn't see.
It's such a huge string of messages. I can't even read for sure what they're saying. There's like thousands of these people, but I guess they're mostly saying hello, hello, tomato, hello. She did win. Somebody said she won. Yeah.
Nice.
Woo!
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've been hanging out here a bit with Zach and Anna. We're a little trio, little streamer group.
Nice.
So there have been a couple. I think one day we all lost, then the next day we all won. So we've been kind of having similar ups and downs.
Do you have a special corner of the tournament room where the streamers are together or not?
We do. Yeah, we're all in the corner.
Okay.
And so we're all next to each other. Simon Williams is there as well, the Ginger GM.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple other streamers, Lonely Winter as well. People might know her. She's here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I always root for the streamers because I just, yeah, I feel camaraderie.
Right. You're like, popular people need more success, right?
No, there's so much pressure. If you lose, it's like everyone starts questioning your career and all your choices. So
Right. They start asking you, are you really a professional chess player with a rating around whatever your rating is,
Exactly.
Well, the view from your board, Kostya, is beautiful. I saw the view from Anna's board today, and I guess the camera was in the opposite direction. So from her view, I saw like the whole tournament room, right? And all, just tons of people thinking, really cool scene. And it looked really intense and like, I don't know, maybe a little bit tiring, a little stressful, a little energy, kind of high energy feeling. But your camera is always pointing out towards that gently streaming water behind you. And it always feels very peaceful, like you're playing your chess tournament at like a Zen retreat or something.
That's funny. Yeah, basically, I don't have enough room where my board is at to have it facing the same way that Anna's is. But however, even if I did, I'm actually in the absolute corner of the room. Like there are no other boards beyond me. So all we would be able to see is my board, and then you'd be able to see Simon's board because he's on the other side of me. But yeah, I think the view is probably more enjoyable for the audience.
Yeah. Do you ever find yourself staring out the window and daydreaming instead of focusing?
Yeah, not daydreaming too much, but I'll look at the waves
Yeah.
You know, because I see the water, and then it gets very windy here, so the waves can be quite brisk. But it's not too long actually. I'm pretty good about getting back to the game.
Good. Yeah, I guess the direction Anna points it gives you better lighting. That makes sense. She gets like a more clean lighting if she shoots towards the tournament hall instead of towards the outdoors. But we can see your board pretty clearly, Kostya. Like I can tell what moves are being played and everything. It's nice.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was super pumped about my game yesterday. I know you I watched a bit of your commentary. I know you didn't
My non-commentary. I'm sorry.
I didn't seem to get it, but I actually thought it's one of the nicest games I've ever played because it was like very like most of my moves were prophylactic.
Yeah.
And speaking of, we did that podcast. Like yesterday's game, I felt like I won basically without tactics.
Yeah.
Like it was very. I mean, there were tactics actually. That's a lie. Every move was tactical because I was like tactically preventing my opponent from doing something that he wanted to do. But on the surface, it looked like all of my moves were just kind of like one move at a time, slowly improving my pieces. But I guess there was a lot of tactics hidden under the surface.
Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt that it was a great game, Kostya. It was just beyond me, right? Like, I at no point did I know what to do for white or black until like the last 3 moves for black. I could have, figured out how to finish white off. But for the longest time, I was just lost, just lost.
I see. Yeah. Well, no worries. I mean, white was also completely lost in terms of what to do.
Yeah, you seem to be in the same boat as me. Just, No, we're live here, Weedlander. This is a live conversation. Kostya's talking about his game from yesterday right now, and the position that you can see right now on the board in front of you is from his game today, which is already done. So, oh yeah, the game's not live. This game has ended in a draw, so we're just chatting now. Cheers. Yeah, so I mean, at some point you're gonna have to make a video review of yesterday's game. And
yes, I already did.
And I'm going to have to watch it.
Should be up tonight, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I'll watch it for sure.
This morning. Nice. It wasn't too long. I think I only spent 20 minutes on it because there wasn't a ton of variations.
Yeah, I imagine once you understand it, you can probably explain it to me a lot faster than than me staring at it confused. Yeah. But apparently it was opening prep, marching the king through d7 and to c7. I think some people in chat are asking to see it, so maybe I'll put it up there since it was a beautiful game. So here's
sure, yeah,
this
no,
game.
It's definitely one of the most creative games I've ever had. And it felt great. This opening idea I've been sitting on for like 2 years. Which has been played before, so I'm not like the first to play it. But it was the first time I got to play it against someone, which is awesome.
Yeah. So King D7, right here. I've got it on the board now for folks who want to see what we're talking about. So Kostya brought the king up here, because his snuggest area, I guess, is going to be C7. So he just heads there calmly himself. Also conveniently defends the G5 pawn, which needed to happen, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful maneuver.
Yeah, then the queen goes to the other side. So first the king walks around the queen, then she slides over here to G7. Nice long diagonal. Is black like objectively good here already?
Yeah, and the engine gives black a small advantage, like 0.4, which, after 11 moves in the King's Indian, doesn't really happen unless white is blundered.
Yeah.
So black is already better there, but of course it's not the easiest position to play. Like I've played it a couple of times in Blitz and not really with great results because like you kind of mess up and then white gets an attack on the queen side and you're toast. So you do have to, but in classical, I actually found it way harder for white to handle as you know, as we have like more time to kind of delve into the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I prefer the position of your queen. And I don't like white's doubled pawns. So, but what white does have is some semi-open files for the rooks, right? So there is something for white here.
Yeah, definitely. Like black has to be, I think, really careful with how they improve and then eventually open the position if they want to try to win.
Yeah. All right. My plan for white, Kostya, would have been to bring the queen to a5 check, make you play b6, move the queen all the way back, and then play a4, a5.
Right.
That was the only thing I could think of for white. I was having trouble thinking of any candidate move for white or black the entire time. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine black would be fine there.
yeah.
Like, you know, if I'm in time to organize and you go, you know, you spend a lot of time playing a4, a5,
Mm-hmm.
I might be in time in that position to bring my h rook to b8 and just be like, okay, go ahead and, you know, open the queen side if you would like.
Right. Yeah.
If it takes, you know, if I'm in time.
So my
Otherwise,
first thought had been like
a4, a5 myself. Yeah.
Yeah, my first thought had been white should just start playing a4, a5. Why are they playing rook b1 or moving their knight in circles? You know, let's get ready to trade on b6. Then I realized if I go a4, a5, you're never going to play b6. That took me a moment. So then I came up with my lengthy queen maneuver.
I think a4, a5 probably is like the thing to do there, just to like with no intention of breaking through. So that's what makes this position so hard for white. White just has to like kind of sit flexibly enough so that when black decides to finally move the bishop from c8,
Mm-hmm.
white needs to be like in time to hit b7 right there.
Mm.
So I think a4, a5 is okay, and then somehow white just has to find a way to just have every piece be as flexible as possible. So maybe like put the king on e2, have
Mhm.
one rook on h1, one rook on b3, queen on b2. So you're always ready to bring the other rook to b1 and triple stack
Wow.
if it's making sense.
Yeah.
But I mean that's just my impression of how white, because white's basically worse and white has no plan. So if white commits too hard to one side of the board, they'll get wrecked, I think.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's good to hear you say that white has no plan, because that means at least I was right about not seeing a plan for white.
Yeah, no. From white's perspective, I think you nailed it. But I thought black's play is pretty straightforward. I just want to bring my queen in and just kind of very slowly improve everything.
Yeah. I like this idea of h5, h4, because you have no open files for your rooks right now, so you're just going to engineer a pawn trade. You know, is it particularly good or bad for you to trade? Well, who knows, but your rook's going to get better.
Yeah.
So that made sense. What I hated was his move e4 here on move 17.
Right. Yeah, that felt very wrong. I mean, the mistake probably was knight f1, because with knight f1 he was already intending to do this.
Right. I mean, I was wondering where he was going. I was thinking maybe he would go knight d2, knight f1, knight h2, and then back out to f3. Just like a little knight tour.
Yeah.
But e4 kind of buries that bishop, right?
Yeah, it just buries the bishop, and you need to be able to go like bishop f5 or something. Oh, okay. There is one active idea for white, which doesn't, I think it doesn't work in most cases, but like maybe you could prepare it, and that would be to sack the knight on d4. So at some moment you just go knight d4 and just like takes, and you try to get c5 in and go after the king. I think that would be the only kind of like active idea to try and orchestrate.
Love it.
But okay, it's hard to achieve. White doesn't have a lot of pieces to just give one up.
Right. If his knight just sat on f3, would you have brought your knight to e5 at some point to offer the knight trade?
Yeah, either knight e5 and I try to go into like this bishop endgame, or I saw some games where black just goes like g4 and then knight e5.
Right. Yeah.
And that could be pretty that can be pretty annoying for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Because your knight's maybe a little bit better than white's knight, or that would be kind of the idea, right? So you sort of keep them on the board.
Yeah. I love my knight, so it'd be hard to trade it off. But white's bishop is so bad that I would definitely think black is still much better there.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Well, I guess the game's already a little less confusing to me if we agree that from the get-go, white's position is not very good. That sort of makes sense. And then I can understand why white's doing nothing and you're slowly doing something.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to play out the last moves here for those who wanted to see the game that we were talking about. Here, Kostya's rooks have taken over 2 open files, so we're basically in the final stages, right? White's empire is crumbling. And then, hilariously, Kostya wins by trapping the bishop that white earlier trapped as well.
Yeah, I thought it was such a nice final position. And then maybe for the chat, you could show rook e3, queen takes e3.
Mm-hmm. I can do that. Yeah. Insisting on capturing that bishop. Yeah. Gorgeous. So this game was on a high level, just a level that's not accessible to most of us to even know what's being done. Yeah. Just playing great, Kostya. I thought your 2 bishop grind was really, really good. Really, really fine play.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was really pleased with that game. Because that was definitely, I feel like, the strongest opponent I had in terms of playing down.
Mm-hmm.
So it felt really good to grind him out.
Yeah.
I would say one thing I feel like I've done really well in this tournament that normally I don't do is I've been really diligent and just about like asking what my opponent's next move is and like what their idea is.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like several games that has just helped me tremendously, including this one. Like there were some moments where I feel like I played very, very prophylactically.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, like the 2 bishop game, and then the Nimzo type game from yesterday. I feel like that's been that's been the thing I've been focusing on for this event.
Yeah. And your first 2 wins from the black side of the Najdorf. Or sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Was the second one maybe not a Najdorf? It was not a Najdorf. The second one was like a Kalashnikov that turned into, an open Sicilian.
Right. Yeah.
Both of those games, it felt like you had the advantage with black by move 15, and it was just very comfortable to play for you, those games.
Yeah, I would say like the first one wasn't that comfortable for me because like I'm really not used to like the Najdorf structures and positions. But at one point, it started to flow for sure. But the Kalashnikov that game was fairly straightforward. I've actually previously won a game with this like funky knight b4 idea.
Okay.
So I was quite familiar with a lot of like details there.
Oh wow.
That game was definitely pretty straightforward. But then like the first round, I mean, it was scary because I didn't really know how to evaluate a lot of positions until it was clear like, okay, I'm in control, and then it was good. But before then, like first 15 moves, I was way down on the clock, just trying to like figure out a lot of stuff.
That's true.
That's probably well known.
Yeah, I remember folks were surprised. I remember some people were asking me about like, oh, is it like normal for Kostya to like play slowly or something? I was like, generally unusual. Like this is unusual that he's spending so much time on these moves. So Yeah, so I guess you were not fully confident here. I just knew that white had like tooled around and lost time, so I was just completely confident for you the whole time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, once he played Queen E1 from E2, like losing a full tempo with the queen without really a threat, it was kind of a passive move. Then
Yeah.
I kind of calmed down. And I was like, all right, now there's no way. Now I gotta be good.
Right. Like it may be sharp, but like, come on.
Yeah, up until that point, I thought he was playing quite principled. But yeah, no, actually, even after that, and we were analyzing a position for a long time, where we thought white actually maybe had chances for advantage. So I think it was still quite tricky. But during the game, it felt very, very smooth. It's just afterwards we found more resources for white in that position.
Yeah, when he played Queen E1, Kostya, I thought that he was basically afraid you would just rip on C3, and it was just
which I definitely wanted to do.
It was just to recapture.
Yeah, I mean, I forget what I was expecting there, but yeah, I didn't think he should allow the sack. So, kind of ended up making sense. But it also meant to me that, like, okay, well, if he has to spend an extra tempo there, then, most likely black should be doing fine because all my pieces were all normal squares and I didn't have any crazy weaknesses. He's still far away from opening up my king. So, yeah, intuitively felt like I should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the hook on A3, you've got the semi-open C file, and he's barely starting to play the game. So, yeah. It went well.
Actually, it's funny. Both games, both round 1 and round 3, I won with this Queen C7 move. In the first game, it was threatening like knight takes A3, which was super annoying. And then in the third game, Queen C7 like hit his knight on C4, which had no good squares.
Yeah, it was crazy how brutal Queen C7 was in that second game. Very precise. Here it is, folks. Looks simple. It's just move 11, but Kostya just attacks the knight, and there's nothing clever to be done. White ended up bringing it back to D2, and then the bishop on E3 was trapped as well, and full takeover for black.
Yeah. Of course, my round 2 game against Lu Shanglei left a lot to be desired. But one thing I decided for this tournament was to try to just play without fear against the strong guys. And partly, actually, inspired by your games, David. Because, okay, it hasn't been released on YouTube, but we looked at all your best games recently. And that was actually very inspirational for me to just try to go for it against strong players, because that's the only way to score wins against these guys, is to just do your best and kind of believe in your chess. And I mean, I think I was relatively close to winning today, much closer than I would have been if I played into some Slav or something.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you would have played a great game in the Slav and beaten him there too, but definitely today was an opening where you had to be a mix of brave and patient as well at times, and you had all the qualities that you needed.
Yeah, I'll have to look at this end game though, because I feel like I could have been a lot more precise there.
Yeah, you could always try playing it out against me or somebody else again and see if you can finish it off the second time around.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I like to do with my end games, If I'm not satisfied with the result, I'm like, all right, I'm just going to play this end game again in training.
Yeah, no, I should do that.
Here's a very interesting question for you, Kostya. It's coming from Nemtomi in Hungary, who's headed to the Pula Open I mentioned earlier. Nemtomi asks, would you like to play Anna Kramling And then I would sort of extend that question and say, how do you feel in general about, going to a tournament and playing people you know versus people you don't know?
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. In general, I don't like playing people I know because it's kind of a lose-lose, especially if you play a friend. So in general, I absolutely hate getting paired against friends. But I would have absolutely wanted to play against Anna just because I think it would have been an amazing stream. Been just such great content.
All right, so you'd be willing.
So that would have been cool. Yeah. So I think that would have just been, that would be super fun.
Yeah.
And,
so for about 2 years, I lived with and trained with Josh Friedel on like a very consistent basis. The Panda, as Jesse called him, because we were hanging out with Jesse and Vinay all the time, So, and then
Josh is here, by the way. I saw him the first day he's playing the tournament.
Josh is playing there?
Apparently, it's his first tournament in like 7 years.
Wow, that's cool. Well, I'm gonna have to ask him how he's doing and see if I can see some of his games. So we were training together, like every single day. We were working together at the East Bay Chess Club, a brick and mortar chess club where we, were putting on lessons and things for other people. And then on top of it, we would like travel to tournaments and go to the same tournaments together. And eventually we got paired together, and it seemed lame to go to another country and then get paired with somebody who, you see every single day at home.
Oh yeah, it works.
So that seemed like a real waste. And I would have preferred, I know both of us would have preferred not to play each other. Not because we didn't like playing each other. I enjoyed playing him every day in California. but it's like, I can do this at home, so maybe here I should play somebody new. But we managed to have a couple good games together. And one time that it actually came in handy was we were playing in Miami, and it was not the first time we'd been paired with each other by this point. We'd gone to too many tournaments together. So we'd played each other multiple times, and we got paired together in Miami, and there was a wedding happening like in the tournament hall or in the room next to the tournament hall, but it didn't have, doors that closed between them. And it was just ridiculous in the playing hall. And people from the wedding were wandering around the playing hall, like talking to their friends or answering phone calls. And it was just mayhem, right? And everybody was like, lots of people were upset, complaining, chess players with noise. And Josh and I just looked at each other and were like, do you want to play the game in our hotel room? And he's like, yeah. So we just like took our board and set and went up to our hotel room, played our game, then came down and, marked the result and turned in the score sheets.
Yeah. Hilarious. Yeah, actually, I had this experience. I played Chess Nerd when we were rooming together for like 2 weeks straight. We played in round 1 of this Open in Italy. They were both playing.
Yeah.
We were both streaming the event, but then the first game were paired against each other, so it was only one stream necessary at that point.
Right.
Just kind of we were actually happy to play because again, it's great content, but it was a bummer to play in the first round. It was kind of like it would have been nice if there was more build up and we played in a later round or something.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it's not fun to play your friends, but if it's on stream, then it's a lot of fun.
Then it's everything's more fun on stream, folks. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And, well, Anna, she beat me last time. We played a blitz game in Portugal in the streamer tournament, and she beat me very badly. Actually, that video is on her channel if anyone wants to see me getting wrecked.
But you didn't want to put it up on our channel.
No, actually, I still might. I have those videos, so I still might put them up. I just haven't gotten around to like editing them and doing like some voiceover. But I'll probably post that game at some point. It was very nice. But yeah, I got to get some revenge. So yeah, at some point, gotta get paired against Anna.
Yeah, you could post it with some kind of misogynistic title a real grabbing title, like how strong is a women's whatever master anyway, blah blah blah, and then like at the end it'd be like, oops, pretty strong.
Oh yeah, no, that would go well.
People won't even watch the video; they'd just kill you for the title.
Yeah, I know.
They'd never know it was a joke.
They wouldn't get far enough to see what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I gotta run because the dinner places might be closing soon.
Do it.
But thank you, David, for covering the games and for talking to me.
Yeah.
I really appreciate hearing your thoughts on all the games.
Totally. Keep your strength up. It looks like you're doing great, and just finish strong.
Yeah. One more game. I mean, honestly, I've already had a incredible tournament. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, I'm really pumped about not just how I've been doing, but like I kind of do have like a new mindset moving forward. So it's really, I didn't have a lot of expectations going into the tournament. I really wasn't expecting to gain a lot. I was more just trying to like get good training games in, which I think I've learned a lot from every game. So for me, I think it's been a huge success already. So
for sure,
hopefully tomorrow will be another good one.
Yeah. I didn't think you'd be this sharp immediately because it's like your first tournament after a sort of slow period.
Yeah.
And I thought this might be sort of a warm up, and then the next tournaments would go really well. So.
Right.
All right, get some food, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you, David. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye, Chucks.
All right, so there you have it, folks. Straight out of the Kostya's mouth. In Reykjavik, there are no avocados in the breakfast spread, but he is still having a great time. And maybe I'm gonna go get some lunch too.